This page is the front cover of SEGA Saturn Magazine Volume 8. It's promoting new Saturn games for Golden Week. The main headline is about a special feature on Knight's transformation ability, which seems to be related to the two 3D rendered characters featured prominently. The cover highlights several upcoming games including Ultraman Battle and Enemy Zero, Street Fighter Zero 2 and Marvel Superheroes, Cyberbots, Mega Man X3, Real Bout Fatal Fury, Night Truth No. 1 Prison of Darkness, Coastal Dead Heat, and Lang Risser 2, I. It also mentions the party game Do Naru Saturn Bant 2, and lists more games coming to the Saturn such as Dark Savior, Tenkai Meikyu, Fourth Apocalypse, Yano Jinin's Human Puzzle, Birth Cess, Enchanted Playgroup, Active Part, and Super Real Mahjong PVI. Finally, it mentions the SEGA Saturn Complete Guide, featuring Panzer Dragoon Zwei, the King of Fighters 95, Dragon Force, Snatcher, and 7 Doors of Illusion. This page is a full-page advert for Mega Man X3 on the SEGA Saturn. It highlights the game as a SEGA Saturn action game and boasts about its popularity. The advert features a large image of Zero, emphasizing his role as X's partner, which is a key selling point. The text praises the exhilarating action and smooth animation, mentioning the power-up parts and the evolving light armor, promising a new and fast-paced battle experience. The standard price for the game is listed as 5,800 yen. The bottom of the page contains standard copyright and company information for Capcom. The next page continues the hype for Mega Man X3 on the SEGA Saturn. It's a vibrant page showcasing Mega Man X himself in a dynamic pose, highlighting his powered-up armor. We can also see Zero in action, along with another character, Vile, in smaller panels, giving us glimpses of the gameplay and different characters we can expect to see. There's text emphasizing the appearance or debut of something exciting, likely referring to the game itself. Musical notes suggest the game's soundtrack is being promoted too, possibly hinting at a theme song. Overall, it's a visually exciting page aimed at further building anticipation for Mega Man X3 on the SEGA Saturn. GameWare Magazine is a SEGA Saturn-focused publication, offering digital content and a unique interactive experience. Sections like HG Cup, provided by Shiseido Fine Toiletries, and Telecom Town, provided by Nippon Telecom, offer downloadable demos and potentially full games. The magazine itself features interactive game demos, a shopping section for games and crids, and an information section with previews and music info. A digital gallery showcases digital artwork. Notable content includes pinball game, Last Gladiators, and music features from games like Vampire. GameWare aims to be a roam magazine, allowing users to play games directly on their Saturn. The magazine launched on April 5th for 1,980 yen, with subsequent volumes scheduled for July and October, targeting Saturn gamers. This page showcases the inaugural issue of GameWare and its exciting content, emphasizing the play without reading aspect, highlighting its interactive nature. It introduces Serial Game, a serialized game format within GameWare. Pictured is Series of Dreams, described as a new genre of story-driven game possible only on the Saturn, focusing on adult romance and leveraging the Saturn's capabilities for playing movie game experiences, with real-life movie clips and conversations for added realism. Another game highlighted is Pit-Boy's Great Adventure, a comical 3D puzzle game that's simple yet addictive. It seems to involve overcoming obstacles to find a scent that will heal Ramusum's waste. Finally, Econ Detective Agency, a popular arcade game, is making its way to GameWare. This is described as a game where you find hidden mismatched characters within illustrations, a concept that was a hit in game centers. The page promotes GameWare as a source of new and fun game experiences. This page highlights 2 big Konami titles coming to the SEGA Saturn. First up is Tokimeki Memorial Forever With You, described as Konami's big title for the SEGA Saturn, and eagerly awaited. The text explains, it's a romance simulation game set over 3 years of high school, filled with studying, sports, love, and girls' hearts. It mentions a new system where you can confess your feelings. The release date is set for July 12th, with the price yet to be determined. There's also a mention of a special edition, with bonus items being released at the same time. The page features screenshots of the game interface. Below that is an advert for Policenauts. It's promoted as, "This is the final form of Policenauts." The text sets the scene in 2040 in Old Los Angeles, Old LA, or Old Los Angeles. It introduces Jonathan Ingram, a detective who became separated from his wife Lorraine, and is asked to investigate the disappearance of his former partner, Kenzo Hojo, in the colony. It highlights the interactive cinema aspect of the game, which was a big hit on the PS and now coming to the Saturn and SS, claiming it's the culmination of Konami's cinematic interactive software. The release date and price are still to be decided. At the bottom there's standard Konami company information and addresses for their various branch offices. Konami is promoting its SEGA Saturn games, focusing on titles available for purchase. Two featured games, both priced at 5,800 yen, excluding tax, are Snatcher, a cyberpunk adventure game with upgraded graphics, and Gradius Deluxe Pack, a collection of legendary shooting games. The page also highlights other popular games. The puzzle game, Dochikyu Samuchan, Parodius Da, Deluxe Pack, Shooting, Chikyu Powerful Pro Yakyu, 95 Sports, Daytana, Twinbee Yahoo, Deluxe Pack, Shooting, and Ise Meijin 2, Table Game. The last priced at 5,300 yen. The prices are manufacturer's suggested retail. The page also includes Konami contact information and mentions monthly updates. This page features two games prominently. The first is Magical Hoppers, an action game scheduled for release on May 17th for 5,800 yen. The game has a vibrant and cartoonish style, showing a young girl with bunny ears wielding a large mallet, suggesting a whimsical and energetic gameplay experience. Below this is an advertisement for sea bass fishing. This game focuses on a realistic fishing simulation, boasting 3D polygon graphics for dynamic fishing action, and a collaboration with Daiwa, a well-known fishing gear manufacturer, for authentic equipment representation. Sea bass fishing is already on sale, priced at 6,800 yen, and is marketed as a home-based, comfortable fishing simulation game. This page showcases two very different games. First up is Kiki Kai Kai, Great Edo Pilgrimage, which in English is known as Pocky and Rocky 2. This action game is set in Edo-era Japan and looks really charming, with its super cute characters and cartoon style. They are really pushing the high-quality animation aspect, mentioning it's like a theatrical anime. They even mention the voice actors, with Miki Kanai and Tomoko Kanai credited. There's also a campaign where you can win original game goods if you buy the game, which is a nice bonus. Then, shifting gears completely, we have Thunderhawk 2, a high-speed 3D helicopter shooting game. This one is all about intense combat and a super experience battle. It boasts full directional freedom of movement and polygon graphics for its environments and missions. It's already available for 6,800 yen and promises varied missions. The game's story is set in 1999 and involves a NATO helicopter task force called Firestorm. This page highlights two more games for the Sega Saturn. Firstly, it showcases Dodonpachi, a vertical scrolling shooter. It's described as a legendary STG being ported, emphasizing its arcade roots and intense laser barrages and boss characters. It mentions new systems like the GP Get Point system for aiming for high scores, and that destroying enemies consecutively increases bonus points. It also boasts high-resolution graphics and CG for the bosses and enemies, numbering around 290. It also highlights special limited editions with original iron prints and a chance to win devil figures by lottery. Secondly, the page features Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner Akuma Zensho, which translates roughly to Demon Compendium. It's presented as a CG library for Devil Summoner, compatible with the shuttle mouse, and priced at 2,900 yen. It highlights the concept of bringing the demons appearing in Devil Summoners to life in CG, suggesting it's more of a visual reference guide than a game itself. The advert emphasizes that it's a way to re-encounter the demons of Devil Summoners in CG. This page showcases Mansion of Hidden Souls, a mystery adventure game from Koei for the Sega Saturn. It's highlighted as a shocking adventure, with high-quality 3D CG and renowned voice actors bringing the story to life within 7 interconnected mansions. The game is from the writer of Nobunaga's Ambition series, Kyoichiro Chiaki, and the music is by Yasunori Miyakawa. The game seems to focus on mystery and suspense, with a plot that unfolds across 7 mansions. The screenshots suggest a point-and-click adventure-style interface, with options like Move, Examine, Use Item, and Look at Item. The advert emphasizes the detailed scenarios and characters, particularly the appealing female characters and the mysterious atmosphere. It mentions the story takes place in Japan and involves large-scale historical drama and lots of tricks and schemes typical of mystery novels. The game is priced at 7,800 yen and comes as a 3 candelas room set. There's also an official guide available. The tagline says it's 7 times more interesting than previous adventure games, suggesting it's a significant title in the genre for the Sega Saturn. The cast includes Hikaru Midorikawa and Mari Maruta, among others. The producer is listed as Ko Shibusawa. This page is showcasing Romance of the Three Kingdoms IV Wall of Fire, which is being re-released. They are calling it a re-edition game and promoting it as a fresh take on strategy and RPG gameplay. It's currently on sale for a good price of 8,800 yen. Below that, there's a section highlighting Koei's good price lineup, and specifically advertising the Emit value set. This is a collection of English learning software from their English Dream series, designed to be an enjoyable way to learn English across all volumes. The value set includes volumes 1 to 3, Labyrinth of Time, A Journey at the Risk of Life, and Farewell to Myself, all for 15,800 yen. You can also purchase each volume separately for 8,800 yen if you prefer. This page is all about the romantic simulation game Angelique Special, which is finally here. It's highlighted as a super popular romantic sim game for girls, now on Sega Saturn, and boasting beautiful animation and lots of event scenes with gorgeous voice acting. The game promises a new kind of charm that will make your heart pound and fulfill your dreams of being a guardian goddess. There's a big image of all the attractive characters from Angelique, giving a good look at the game's art style. They're also really pushing the amazing voice cast for this game, listing a bunch of popular voice actors and the characters they play, like Jurius voiced by Toriumi Kusuke, Clavis by Shiozawa Kanito, and Landy by Hayami Sho, just to name a few. It's quite the star-studded cast. They're also running a special premium present campaign for the game, with lucky draws to win things like Angelique Special Cells and merchandise. Looks like you had to send in a postcard application by May 13, 1996 to enter. Down at the bottom, there are smaller adverts for other Koei games. Nobunaga's Ambition, Lord of Darkness, is advertised as a historical simulation game using live-action images and 3D CG, going for 9,800 yen. Romance of the Three Kingdoms IV is also there, emphasizing Chinese unification and deep strategy, priced at 14,800 yen. And finally, Winning Post X is showcased as a horse racing simulation game, where you can experience the emotions of horse owners, costing 6,800 yen. The next page shines the spotlight on Winning Post 2, which is touted as a horse racing simulation game that's bringing 120% more realism to the excitement of racing. It's described as a sequel that builds on the popular horse racing sim series, appealing to both beginners and veterans alike, with its enhanced visuals and realistic race scenarios. They say it's going to draw players even deeper into the dramatic world of horse racing. There are also smaller boxes at the bottom promoting other Koei titles. Admiral's Decision 2, known as PTO2, Pacific Theater of Operations internationally, is mentioned as a World War II game emphasizing scale and strategic depth, priced at 10,800 yen. Then there's Nobunaga's Ambition Returns, a historical simulation game also advertised for 5,800 yen. Finally, there's a note about mail-order sales for those without nearby stores, details on how to order, and a mention of a special Koei telephone card gift for purchases over 2,000 yen. This page showcases Air Management 96, which is described as a business simulation game full of dreams and romance, where you build an airline that connects the world. That highlights the grand scale of managing an airline and the enjoyment of traveling the world through realistic graphics. The page refers to it as an airline management simulation game. At the bottom, it circles back to Nobunaga's Ambition Returns and PTO2 Pacific Theater of Operations, which were also featured in the previous page. Nobunaga's Ambition Returns is mentioned again as the origin point for the Nobunaga's Ambition series, emphasizing its realistic graphics and immersive background music. Page TO2, Pacific Theater of Operations, is positioned as a SF simulation about a grand naval battle, questioning the fate of a prince living there. Prices are listed as 6,800 yen for Nobunaga's Ambition Returns, and 8,800 yen for Air Management 96. This page shines the spotlight on Policenauts, a Konami title for the Sega Saturn. The artwork showcases two characters. One, a cool blue-haired guy smoking a cigarette, and the other, a more sinister-looking purple-haired figure. Both are wielding guns, with the one in the foreground taking center stage. The tagline in Japanese proclaims, "Humanity has finally reached Saturn," clearly hinting at a space-themed adventure. This page is definitely hyping up the release of Policenauts for the Sega Saturn. This page is all about Langrisser 2i for the Sega Saturn. It's highlighting the character Liffany, presenting her as character file #002. The description talks about her background as a noble daughter who escaped the capital with Heel and is well versed in magic from her studies in Lacacia. She's described as seemingly calm but surprisingly assertive and genuinely kind. The page emphasizes semi-real time simulation as the game's core mechanic, marking a shift from previous battle command focus to a strategy emphasis. Key features listed include battle strategy, moving from command-centric to strategic gameplay; panorama tactics, showcasing 3D panoramic battles with rotating and zooming wide-view scenes; flexible class change, allowing players to customize character classes based on level-ups; and heroine select, where players can choose from 4 heroines: Luna, Lifani, Sophia, and Dihalis. The page also promotes pre-orders for a July release, offering a special package at 6,200 yen and a regular package at 5,800 yen, both prices excluding tax. Game screenshots are shown, displaying battlefield scenes and menus. Overall, this page is promoting Langrisser 2i and its new gameplay features, focusing on character appeal and strategic depth. This page is showcasing Victor and JVC brand gaming accessories. On the left, it's advertising a game selector for gamers who have 2 or more consoles. They are suggesting this to streamline your setup, calling it a one-touch game selector. The featured model is the Game Selector JX5, priced at 2,500 yen, which can connect up to 3 game consoles or AV devices. It emphasizes that you can switch between consoles with a single touch without messing with cables and doesn't need a power supply. There are also AV selector models, JX3 and JXS3, for 2,300 and 2,500 yen respectively, described as compact and suitable for placing anywhere. On the right side, the page promotes stereo headphones for nighttime gaming. The tagline encourages players to play as much as you want, even at night, and suggests headphones are the answer. The cordless headphone system, HPW250s, is highlighted at 10,000 yen. Key features include freedom from cords, infrared wireless system, a 7 meters range, and wide reception area. It also mentions 30mm drivers for dynamic sound, and includes a transmitter. Below that, the Game Use Large Headphone HPG300 is advertised for 3,500 yen. These are described as providing powerful game sound with high magnetic neodymium magnets, designed for long gaming sessions, lightweight at 100 grams, and have a 3.5 meters cord. Visually, the page uses a mummy character tangled in cables to represent the hassle of switching between consoles without the game selector, and a vampire character enjoying nighttime gaming with headphones. This page is dedicated to the upcoming Sega Saturn game, FIDA Remake, The Emblem of Justice. It's advertised as a simulation RPG. The page highlights the cast, which seems to list voice actors or character names, including people like Hayashi Nobutoshi, Tomobe Kane, and others. There are sections detailing Dragon type and Cargo Dragon type, likely referring to unit types or classes within the game. The page features a dynamic illustration by Tamaki Yoshitaka, showcasing a character alongside a wolf-like companion, both armed with swords. The bottom of the page excitedly announces the imminent release of FIDA Remake, stating, "Thank you for waiting, FIDA Remake, finally appearing!" It confirms a May 1996 release date, with a price of 6,300 yen, noting compatibility with Sega Saturn hardware. The overall tone is promotional, building anticipation for the game's launch. This page showcases the RPG Sword and Sorcery, part of the Rigload saga by Microcabin. It's being promoted as aiming to become a legendary title. The page features vibrant artwork with a party of fantasy characters. a warrior with a mace, a mage, a goblin-like monster, and a cute rabbit creature. The game is described as having a moving story set in a world of myth and magic, focusing on a magician and their companions, starting their adventure from El Goat's Pinacotheca Tower. The page emphasizes the immersive gameplay with real stages built using 3D polygons, dynamic character movements, and cinematic camera angles. It also highlights 3D battle areas, where you'll use strategy to overcome obstacles and engage in tactical diorama battles controlled via command selection. The emotional storytelling is another key feature, aiming to bring players closer to the characters and narrative. There's a section focusing on the voice acting, boasting a cast of talented voice actors to bring the diverse characters to life. For early purchasers, there's a limited edition bonus of an opening animation cell. Sword and Sorcery is announced as on sale in May 1996 for 6,800 yen, published by Microcabin. Finally, at the bottom, there's a recruitment notice for 3D image production staff. The next page showcases the fighting game, Fatal Fury 3, Road to the Final Victory, for the SEGA Saturn. It's advertised with the tagline, "The strongest is fine alone." It highlights the upcoming release date of June 28th at a price of 6,800 yen from SNK. The page prominently features artwork of Ryo Sakazaki in his Mr. Karate persona and Geese Howard facing off. 2 screenshots show the character select screen and an in-game battle scene, giving a glimpse of the action. This page is a straightforward announcement for the highly anticipated fighting game release on the SEGA Saturn. 2 new arcade shooters are coming to the SEGA Saturn, Night Striker S and Metal Black. Night Striker S, arriving mid-June for 5,800 yen, promises thrilling city-based action. Players pilot the Intergrey, a ground and air vehicle, battling a massive enemy. It features branching routes, CG replays, and mission stick controller support. Metal Black, releasing earlier on May 24th for the same price, focuses on revenge. Players fight a powerful enemy using a power-up system involving colored neurons across 6 stages plus 2 bonus stages. It boasts intense boss battles and max lasers. A recruitment ad from developer Raving for various game development roles is also included. This page is a promotional advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game Laplace Panic. It announces the game's release date as April 26th and price at 5,300 yen. The page highlights the game's voice cast, boasting, "Super gorgeous!" 15 popular voice actors are giving you a game present. The page features character artwork from the game, including Wanchan, Rouge, Picat, Madame Q, Name, Route 5, Ikaruga, Dr. J, Dora, Delia, Maria, Eve, Address, Evil Laplace, and Goddess Laplace. Below each character artwork, there's a photo of the respective voice actor. The bottom text mentions a breakthrough rule campaign with a Germany trip present related to answering a quiz, and highlights the number of winners for different prizes, like original Parker ballpoint pens. It's essentially a vibrant advertisement focusing on the anime aesthetic and star-studded voice acting of Laplace Panic. This page is dedicated to advertising the SEGA Saturn release of 3x3 Eyes. The advert showcases the game with prominent character artwork featuring several characters from the series. It highlights that 3x3 Eyes is finally appearing on the SEGA Saturn. There's a list of names which seem to be related to the game's cast or creators, including names like Yatsume, Pai/Sanji Eyes, Harn, and Lingling, alongside names like Okazu Kazuhito and Ichijo Kazuya. It also lists voice actors like Nishimura Tomohiro, Hayashibara Megumi, Koyanagi Nanami, and Seki Tomokazu. The page mentions a special SEGA Saturn opening theme, Yume yo Soshite Kanata e, by Tsuji Junko. It also promotes a special cry drum included with the game, featuring original recordings of Hayashibara Megumi and Tsuji Junko, as well as other contents. A present section details a user survey enclosed with the product. By returning the survey, customers could enter a draw to win prizes like cell art, signed color paper, and stationery sets. The deadline mentioned is the end of May 96 for the postmark to be valid. Finally, it announces the game's release with the phrase, "Well received on sale now," and lists the price as 7,300 yen, excluding tax. Of Kanem. It mentions that the Kaidrom version is a set of 3 skeds, 2 game discs and 1 extra disc. SimTower on the Sega Saturn is overwhelmingly praised based on user feedback. Players of various ages and backgrounds, from elementary school children to adults, find the game highly addictive and enjoyable. Younger players appreciate the character naming and animations. Older players highlight the balanced gameplay, surprisingly good graphics, and relaxing nature of the game. Even those not typically drawn to tower-building games are hooked. While most are thrilled, some suggest improvements such as sharper zoomed-in graphics and faster loading times. Overall, SimTower is considered a successful and well-received simulation game on the Saturn. This page is an advert for Lode Runner: The Legend Returns on both PlayStation and Sega Saturn. It's shouting about the legendary puzzle game making a comeback. The goal is to retrieve stolen treasure from monsters across intricate stages, which they describe as really complex puzzle-like mazes. You'll need to rack your brains, use items wisely, and aim for a complete stage clear. The ad shows screenshots of the game, hinting at varied environments. It boasts over 150 stages in total, each with its own unique graphic style. There's a mention of 10 stage types, and these 150-plus stages also include stages specifically designed for two-player play. They're introducing new helper items in this version of Lode Runner, promising these items will aid players in their adventure. Things like monster-repelling bombs and ground-digging drills are mentioned, suggesting you'll need to use these items strategically to succeed. It emphasizes that you can't clear the game without using these new items. There's also a two-player mode where you and a friend can cooperate to clear stages. It's mentioned you might sometimes hinder each other, adding to the fun and competition of collecting treasure. However, some stages can only be cleared with cooperation. Finally, there's a construction mode, highlighted as the ultimate enjoyment. You can design your own original stages using backgrounds, monsters, and items, creating extremely difficult levels if you wish. It suggests sharing these creations with friends to challenge them. The next page showcases the game High Octane for both Sega Saturn and PlayStation. It's advertised as a futuristic vehicle combat racing game set in a desolate 21st century world. The tagline emphasizes the destructive nature of the races and the intense pursuit battles. They're really pushing the enhanced textures for the Sega Saturn version, saying it makes the race visuals even more immersive. Plus, they've added new music, bringing the total to 9 tracks of powerful sound to get you pumped. The game features 6 different types of futuristic race cars to choose from, and you can switch up your viewpoint for those intense 3D races. There are championship and single races across 9 tracks. To win, you either need to be the top racer or completely obliterate all your opponents. So it's not just about speed, it's about survival. During races, you can grab power-ups and weapons to upgrade your ride and engage in all sorts of battles with your rivals. Both the Sega Saturn and PlayStation versions were priced at 5,800 yen before tax when this ad was published. It's developed by Bullfrog Productions and published by Electronic Arts Victor. This page highlights a few interesting publications. First up is an announcement for a book titled Game Machine is Daisy's Song. It's described as a collection of popular columns from the Super Famicom magazine, compiled into a book. The book features writing by Fuyumi Ono and illustrations by Keinosuke Mizutama. The text suggests it delves into the game boom era and explores the appeal of games, especially to adults and women, with a lighthearted and enjoyable tone. It also seems to include comic strip elements. Next, there's an advertisement for Super Famicom All Game Catalog Volume 3 from the Super Famicom editorial department. This catalog is advertised as a complete preservation edition containing all Super Famicom software released up to January 31, 1996. It boasts various content including game introductions, specs, game reviews, reader polls like the All Game Chart, and other data. It's mentioned to be 224 pages, all color, and priced at 1,200 yen. Lastly, an RPG Illusion Dictionary, Battlefield Maidens, is advertised, authored by Shisei Tsukasa, Iruka Bandu, and others. This book appears to explore women active in history within the context of RPGs, offering diverse perspectives on female characters in different worlds, highlighting their beauty, strength, and even loneliness. It's presented as having historical and folkloric depth and is priced at 2,000 yen. The page also includes standard publisher details for SoftBank Corporation. This page showcases the Sega Saturn title, Lifescape, which is advertised as pop science software and a Dona simulation game. The artwork is quite eye-catching, with cartoon cave people riding a dinosaur amidst erupting volcanoes. It seems to be all about simulating life and evolution within a digital environment. The game is divided into chapters, Aquasphere, and Landsphere. The Aquasphere chapter explores early life, starting with Dyna experiments, moving through bacteria experiments, Cambrian experiments, and Paleozoic experiments. The Landsphere chapter seems to cover later stages of evolution, with experiments focused on giant sea reptiles, flying reptiles, mammals, and primates. Each section has screenshots, hinting at the type of environment and creatures you'll encounter. It's highlighted as a digital virtual environment, where you can experience the dynamism of life. The release date is set for May 17th, and it will cost 6,800 yen. It looks like an interesting educational and simulation title, exploring the history of life on Earth. This page is a promotional advertisement announcing the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, True Love Story 2. It's headlined with a large, "Coming Soon" text, and introduces 3 key female characters. We see Yukari Kinomiya, Mari Kurihara, and Tamami Kayama, showcased with a mix of character artwork and in-game screenshots. It appears to be a character-focused game, typical of the genre. The SEGA Saturn logo is prominent, and the 18+ age rating at the bottom right indicates it's aimed at a mature audience. This page is focused on the SEGA Saturn game, Super Real Mahjong PV. It's advertised as a complete recreation of the popular arcade game, emphasizing its high-quality visuals in the stripping mahjong genre. They are really pushing the detail, mentioning shy expressions, clothing wrinkles, and flowing hair as highlights. Apparently, the animation is significantly improved, with 1.5 times more frames and a total of 130 cuts compared to the previous game in the PV series. This version is presented as a special collector's edition, with new graphics, added voice acting, and even a theme song sung by the voice actresses from the game. The release date is set for May 17th, with a price of 8,800 yen. There's also a little section promoting the Puzz Club, which seems to be an official fan club for real mahjong games, inviting players to join for free and receive various items. The illustration on the page is credited to Tanaka Ryo. This page highlights the game Yakyuken Special for the SEGA Saturn. The page uses headings that translate to see, speak, wander, and cry to describe different aspects of the game. In the C section, it mentions the team behind the PC Engine version has meticulously crafted beautiful graphics on a single disc, emphasizing high-quality graphics and a sense of reality that will captivate the player's gaze. The Speak section talks about the characters being voiced, which will immerse players in the world of the game and make it feel more realistic. The Wander section explains the game system as a multi-story adventure where you can play repeatedly. It emphasizes the player's reasoning and actions will lead to various different outcomes and changes in the story. Finally, the Cry section states that the game is a Nonomura Buin series story, and the heavy storyline unfolds one after another. It suggests that the player will experience a dreamlike experience, implying an emotional and impactful narrative. The bottom of the page has age rating of 18+ and legal disclaimers about SEGA Saturn and the game being fiction. The next page showcases People in the Hospital, which is likely from the same series as the previous game, Yakyuken Special, and seems to delve deeper into the mature themes hinted at before. The page uses headings that translate to laugh, anger, and astonishment to highlight different emotional aspects of the game's experience. Under Laugh, it mentions the main character is designed to be very appealing and relatable, with humorous dialogue intended to make you laugh. The Anger section suggests that you'll experience deep-seated anger towards the criminals in the story, furthering the Nonomura Hospital world setting. It hints at the ability to relive and change the course of events within this dreamlike world. Finally, Astonishment describes People in the Hospital as a game that presents the true meaning of multi-story gameplay. It implies that as you play, you'll come to understand the deeper meaning of this style of narrative structure. At the top right, there's a sale announcement stating the game will be on sale from April 26, 1996, with a suggested retail price of 6,800 yen, excluding tax. The bottom right corner features the ELF logo and their company details. This page introduces Kan Kan Bunny Kyan Kyan Bluebell, a romance-adventure game that's being ported from PC to the Sega Saturn. It's highlighted as a masterpiece of romance-adventure PC software, finally making its debut on the Sega Saturn. There's a queue and a section addressing common questions. One question asks if high school students can purchase it due to its adult-oriented rating, and the answer is a straightforward no. Another question asks about similarities to the PC version, and the answer clarifies that while the scenario and characters have been altered, the graphics have been enhanced for the Saturn, using 32,000 colors for a beautiful finish. Finally, there's a question about whether the content is soft, due to being a console port, but the answer assures players that it remains at the same level as the PC version. The page also mentions a promotional campaign where you can win a Sweetie original poster. The game is advertised as popular and on sale now, with a retail price of 5,800 yen, excluding tax, and it's compatible with the shuttle mouse. It seems to be published by Kid. This page is advertising Tokimeki Mahjong Graffiti for the Sega Saturn. It's being touted as a real mahjong game that's been graded up to be the definitive edition, focusing on 3 exceptionally cute girls. They're promising a slightly dangerous experience, with tons of appealing animations and poses from the characters that will keep players engaged. The game boasts a luxurious lineup of voice actresses, featuring Yuko Nagashima as Megumi Kisaragi, Miki Ito as Kasumi Mutsuki, and Kumiko Nishihara as Ran Aizuki. It was set to be released on May 3, 1996, for 5,800 yen, and comes with original artwork and setting materials. The game is published by Sonic Computer Entertainment, with sales handled by Varies. It seems like they're really pushing the animation quality and the charm of the female characters in this mahjong title. This page is an advertisement for the official Cyber Troopers Virtualon operating manual. It's presented as the guide to make anyone an excellent Virtualoid pilot, perfect for mastering the arcade hit. The manual promises to cover everything you need to know, from basic controls and weapon usage to advanced combat tactics, all explained clearly with 3D CG illustrations. Whether you're a complete beginner or a seasoned Virtual Am player, this manual aims to make you a better pilot. It is priced at 1,500 yen, and scheduled for release in mid-May. It's published by SoftBank and Sega Enterprises. There's also a small diagram showcasing 3D map strategy examples, emphasizing the guide's comprehensive approach to mastering Virtualon. This page showcases a collection of perfect guides from SEGA Saturn Magazine books for some great games. First up is the Virtua Fighter 2 Perfect Guide, promising complete coverage of all 11 characters, including Dural, plus hidden moves and strategies. It's a compilation of articles from SEGA Saturn Magazine, covering everything you need to master Virtua Fighter 2. Next is the Guardian Heroes Perfect Guide, a complete guide for the Saturn Action RPG. It boasts details on all 45 characters and strategies for the story mode, as well as uncovering hidden secrets. This book seems essential for anyone wanting to fully explore the depth of Guardian Heroes. Then there's the Tower Perfect Guide for the Sim Tower game, which was a huge hit on PC and made its way to Saturn and 3DO. This is a complete official guide covering all aspects of building and managing your towering creations, from basic construction to advanced strategies. Finally, we have the Theme Park Perfect Guide, which covers versions of Theme Park across DOS/V, Mac, PlayStation, Saturn, and 3DO. It's presented as the ultimate guide for mastering theme park management on these different platforms. This page appears to be an advertisement for the game Enemy Zero, billing it as an interactive movie. It's described as the evolution of D's Dinner Table, with Warp expressing confidence in this new title. They highlight improvements in CG quality, sound, and the overall cinematic presentation. The game is focusing on enhancing the visual aspects with improved world design and sound elements, mentioning contributions from famous film music composers like Michael Nyman, known for The Piano Lesson, and even references Back to the Future for its sound effects. They mention using silicon graphics for tools, improving visual expression especially for the spaceship and worldview. While acknowledging D was a movie game, they aim to push this further with Enemy Zero. The ad announces a fall release for the game, which will be substantial, spanning 4 cradroms. The message is signed by Kenji Ino, representing Warp as director and supervisor. This page is a full-page advertisement dedicated to Enemy Zero for the Sega Saturn. It highlights the game's title in large, stylized red lettering, both in English and Japanese, and emphatically announces its release for the Sega Saturn. It mentions that Enemy Zero will be a 4 candelas set, priced at 6,800 yen, and is slated for release in the fall of '96. The advertisement also clearly states that the game is developed and published by Warp. It's a straightforward and visually striking ad promoting the upcoming release of Enemy Zero on Sega Saturn. This page is the contents page for the magazine. It highlights the cover story at page 47, which is all about Nights into Dreams, revealing Knight's transformation abilities for the first time. The feature section starting at page 52 includes a bunch of game articles such as Ultraman Battle, Enemy Zero, Street Fighter Zero 2, Cyberbots, Marvel Superheroes, Rockman X3, Langrisser 2i, Moonflower Chapter Toriko, Nightruth No. 1, Wings of Ruin, Deep Fear Real Arrange, Wipeout, Destruction Derby, Real Bout Fatal Fury, and Body Special 264. Finally, at page 95, there's a special project feature titled The Road to Game Creator. The Sega Saturn press section highlights new and upcoming games. New releases include Strikers 1945 and Sega Ages Outrun. Upcoming titles include Dark Savior, Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers, and Dragon Ball Z, The Great Dragon Ball Legend. The Sega Saturn Soft Complete Guide provides strategies for games like The King of Fighters 95 and Dragon Force. Gunblade NY is coming to arcades. Sega AM2, Research Express Neo, anticipates Virtua Cop 2. A comprehensive game index and smaller content listings, e.g., Sega Saturn Data Station, are also included. The page concludes with credits for CG production and cover design. Sega has launched its official players library with strategy videos for arcade games, including Virtua Fighter Kids, Volumes 1 and 2, and Cyber Troopers Virtualon. They're also releasing anime videos for Virtua Fighter, Volumes 1 and 2, and Sonic the Hedgehog, Volumes 1 and 2, out May 31st, available for rent. Sam's adventure game, Alice in Cyberland, is coming soon to multiple platforms, including Saturn and Windows, with a global release planned. Produced by Chiyoko Atsumi, the game is set in a VR Tokyo and features 3 main characters with full voice acting and animation. Pre-orders include a poster and a special video/LD bonus with the first copies. Lastly, the article profiles Sakurai Tomo, the voice of Mamie Hanioka in Mysterious Thief Saint Tail. She discusses the character and announces the release of Saint Tail videos/LDS on April 25th. This page covers a variety of topics, starting with an announcement for Iron Hook, a patch-a-slot game from Sammy Industry only available as patch-a-slow machines in arcades and not for home consoles. They're running a campaign where you can win Packy cards worth up to 10,000 yen. Next, it announces the winner of the 96 Konami Tokimeki Memorial Image Girl Grand Prix, a young lady named Miyuki, chosen from over 4,752 applicants. She'll be appearing in Saturn Tokimeki Memorial TV commercials and other media. Moving on, Joyopolis is expanding. Joyopolis Fukuoka has just opened in Canal City, Hakata, on April 20th, joining Yokohama and other locations nationwide. It features Sega's latest arcade games and ride attractions, including a new submarine ride, Aqua Nova, which utilizes CG and simulator technology for a 4-person underwater adventure. Yokohama Joyopolis also hosted a soccer event on April 8th, with professional soccer players like Saito Toshiki and Kono Junichi, along with voice actor Kaneto Shiozawa and Kimura Tomokazu, for live commentary and a soccer clinic. Finally, there are music release announcements. TK, Tetsuya Komuro, is releasing a TK Replace Medley CD, and Takahashi Katsumi's 7 Colors is also out, both priced around 10,002,200 yen. At the bottom, there's a call for digital submissions for Gameware, which seems to be a digital entertainment medium, possibly a magazine. They are seeking user-created content, like images, photos, and music, for a digital gallery section, and offer payment for accepted works. This page showcases the latest sales charts for Sega Saturn software and popular arcade video games. Topping the Saturn software chart at number 1 is Dragon Force, praised as an approachable simulation RPG, with King of Fighters 95 and Victory Goal 96 securing 2nd and 3rd spots respectively, both noted for their high quality. Panzer Dragoon Zwei is in 4th position, still selling well. Other notable entries in the top 10 include Kian Kian Vanilla Miel, Mahjong Cop Ryu Special, J-League Pro Soccer Club Wotsukuru, Gungrafon, Gradius Deluxe Pack, and Neon Genesis Evangelion, reflecting a diverse range of genres from adult adventure to simulation and shooting. Moving on to the arcade scene, the top 5 video games chart is dominated by fighting games, with Virtua Fighter 2 at the peak, followed by Cyber Troopers Virtualon, Street Fighter 02, and Fighting Vipers. Time Crisis rounds out the top 5. The text mentions the continuing popularity of fighting games in arcades, and highlights Sega AM3's Last Bronx Tokyo Bangaichi as an upcoming title to watch. 2 user polls reveal Sega Saturn fans' desires. The first poll details the top 20 games players wish to see ported to the Saturn, with Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, and Tekken leading the requests. Other desired ports included Virtua Cop 2, Resident Evil, and titles from various genres. The second poll highlights the top 15 most anticipated Saturn games ever. Cyber Troopers Virtualon was most eagerly awaited, followed by Virtua Fighter Kids and Fighting Vipers. The list showcased excitement for upcoming releases across genres like RPGs and simulations, with games like Sakura Wars and Lunar Silver Star Story also generating significant buzz. SEGA Saturn Readers Race Volume 21 presents reader-ranked game polls and introduces new titles. Odds Table Saturn A ranks games, with Panzer Dragoon Zwei, Virtua Fighter 2, and Sega Rally Championship at the top. The new soft sections highlight new entries. Dragon Force, a strategy RPG with over 100 characters, receives praise for its depth. Victory Goal 96, a soccer game, impresses with realistic graphics and controls. The King of Fighters 95, a fighting game, is lauded for its gameplay, characters, and refined mechanics, with improved visuals over its Neo Geo version. Winning Post 2, a horse racing sim, showcases enhanced graphics and breeding/racing strategy. The issue concludes with a call for further voting and teases future rankings. This page continues the Sega Saturn Readers Race Volume 21 game rankings with Odds Table Saturn B. On the left side of the page, we have new soft introduction sections showcasing newly reviewed games. First up is Snatcher, ranked 27th. It's an adventure game, praised for its engrossing story and atmosphere, mentioned as being similar to the PC Engine version, but still holding up well. Next, at 47th place, is Mahjong Cop Ryu Special, a mahjong game. It seems enjoyable for fans of the genre and features appealing anime-style characters. Then we have Linkle Liver Story at 62nd. This is an RPG that gets thumbs up for its story and characters, but the reviewer found the combat system somewhat lacking. Further down, ranked 132nd is Hyper 3D Battle Game Boys, a 3D shooting game. It seems to be criticized for its gameplay, described as relying too much on basic attacks, and the graphics are also mentioned as not being impressive. Finally, in the new soft section, we have Return to Zork at 141st place. This adventure game is appreciated for its atmosphere, but the puzzles are described as being quite challenging. On the right side of the page, Odds Table Saturn B continues the game rankings. It's essentially a long list of games with their genres and scores, extending the rankings from the previous Odds Table Saturn A. It looks like a continuation of readers' votes and game assessments. This issue features game reviews, including Angelique Special, 8.568, a visual novel with dated graphics but enjoyable dating sim elements, and Gradius Deluxe Pack, 8.458, a solid port of classic shooters. Reader comments and editorial discussions follow, highlighting excitement for the top-ranked games. The issue also includes an odds table, evaluating Saturn peripherals, with the Real Arcade VF stick and fighting sticks highly recommended, mentioning that new accessories are still being released and are quite good. Finally, there's an odds prediction game, a contest for readers to win prizes, and information on the Sega Saturn Readers Race, encouraging participation through postcard voting for games and peripherals. This page is all about Nights into Dreams, the latest title from Sonic Team. The headline shouts about retrieving dreams and courage, which really gets you in the mood for an imaginative adventure. The page is dominated by a fantastic artwork of knights themselves, front and center. We get a good look at in-game screenshots too, showcasing the 3D flying action and some of the stages. It mentions the A-Life system and Knight's ability to transform, hinting at deep gameplay mechanics and diverse level designs. There's a special report section indicating the game was 55% complete at the time, pointing towards a summer release window and labeling it an action game. We also get introduced to the Nightmaren, the enemy characters, with some concept art and in-game shots, setting up the antagonists for this dream world adventure. It's clear Sonic Team are aiming for something special and innovative with Nights. This page continues its focus on Nights into Dreams, exploring the game's central theme of dreams and encounters between the inhabitants of the dream world and children from the real world. It introduces Twin Seeds, the real-world town where Elliot and Clarice reside, a town celebrating its 100th anniversary. We then delve into Nightopia, the dream world shaped by the nature of dreams and inhabited by Nightopians, beings whose forms shift depending on the dreams they embody. In contrast, Nightmare is presented as the world of nightmares, home to the Nightmaren, who are depicted as dream-stealing entities aiming to create powerful life forms. The significant highlight is the A-Life system, which is explained as an artificial life program that grants the Dreamworld characters independent thought and actions, creating a dynamic and evolving ecosystem within the game. The page also features a Sonic Team interview with key figures: Yuji Naka, the producer who considers Nights as the next evolution after Sonic; Naoto Oshima, the director and main designer; and Kazuyuki Hoshino, the character designer. Oshima discusses the game's character design, while Hoshino talks about the visual impact and overall feel of the characters. Finally, the article mentions a successful and lively press conference held at the end of March, where positive user feedback from playtesting was received, suggesting strong anticipation for Nights into Dreams. This text details Nights into Dreams gameplay mechanics, focusing on the transformation ability and analog control scheme. Nights, a character created by Wiseman, can change forms based on the dream world, including solid type for ground-based courses, human type for flight, and drill dash type for speed. Players must first liberate Nights to unlock their full potential. The game fully supports analog control, designed to enhance the feeling of flight. The developers aim to replicate the sensation of soaring through the skies, inspired by the Nintendo 64's Mario 64 analog stick. After considering both digital and analog controls, playtesters, especially action gamers, overwhelmingly preferred analog for improved control, which led to the decision to focus on an analog controller. Nights into Dreams features dream stages unique to protagonists Clarice and Elliot, reflecting their inner worlds. Clarisse's stages are mountain-themed, inspired by her father, where she gains courage. Elliot's stages focus on a snow-covered mountain, representing his inner struggles. The game emphasizes relatable characters designed to connect with young players. The dream worlds are tailored to each character's psychology, providing a deep experience. Developers carefully chose character names like Clarice and Elliot, aiming for stylish appeal. Players are encouraged to experience both characters' stories and enjoy the game's flexible stage design, with an emphasis on two-player experiences. The core objective is to create a game where players connect with the characters' dream worlds and engage with themes of childhood. This page showcases the stages in Nights into Dreams and teases the ever-expanding adventure. It highlights three distinct dream stages: Snow Stage and Alps Stage, which are in Elliot's dream, and Forest Stage, that is in Clarisse's dream. The Snow Stage is described as a white, snowy world with ice and snow, reminiscent of a jet coaster, promising a high-speed race. A Forest Stage is a stage set in a deep forest, where sunlight streams through the trees, creating a mysterious and fantastical atmosphere, seemingly designed for grand adventures. The Alps Stage, linked to Clarisse's dream, is depicted as a mountainous area, described as a dream world inspired by vast nature, combining grasslands, forests, and snow-capped mountains. It's mentioned that by choosing Clarice in the Forest Stage or Alps Stage, players can experience these stages through her dream. The page then discusses how your own dreams can be created in Nights into Dreams. It introduces the A-Life system, an artificial life program used in the game. It explains that the dream world dynamically changes with each playthrough, thanks to the A-Life system. It hints that the Nightopians, creatures living in Nightopia, will behave differently based on player actions, making each experience unique and feel alive. Finally, the page teases the next issue, promising to delve into the mysteries of the analog controller. This page introduces Ultraman Battle, a new fighting action game from Bandai for the SEGA Saturn, celebrating Ultraman's 30th anniversary. It's mentioned as a tag-team battle game, aiming to capture the hearts of Ultraman fans of all ages, following up on the PD Ultraman Link puzzle game. While previous Ultraman games existed, this one distinguishes itself with CG-rendered characters and polygon backgrounds to create a realistic visual experience and sense of scale. The game emphasizes intuitive controls, with basic actions like punch, kick, special moves, and support attacks, featuring capsule monsters, and the Science Special Search Party. National Point 1 highlights the game's realistic CG visuals and an auto-view change system. This system dynamically adjusts the camera angle during battles based on the combat situation, offering various perspectives from overhead to ground level, showcasing the scale of the Ultraman characters. The screenshots illustrate this system, depicting Ultraman in combat against a monster from different angles, showcasing the dynamic camera work. Ultraman Battle, a new SEGA Saturn game, aims to bring the classic series to life. Developer Kenji Issa focuses on creating an authentic Ultraman experience for all ages, using CG graphics and polygon environments to mimic the TV show's special effects. The game emphasizes sound design for an immersive experience. Battles take place in destructible polygon environments, allowing for the large-scale destruction seen in the show. Currently 20% complete, the developers are seeking user feedback, with the potential for SEGA Saturn owners to vote on which monsters will appear. This reflects Bandai's desire to involve the community in the game's development. This page is showcasing a special project from SEGA Saturn Magazine related to the upcoming Ultraman Battle game. It's running a campaign where readers can vote for their favorite Ultraman and monsters to be included in the game. From the 10 Ultraman and 20 monsters presented, 5 Ultraman and 10 monsters will be chosen based on reader votes. Those who participate in the vote have a chance to win prizes, with 15 lucky voters having their names featured in the ending credits of Ultraman Battle. Additionally, 3 winners will receive a Kenwood portable CD player, and 10 winners will get Ultraman Bandai Collection figures. The page then presents a grid showcasing various Ultraman and monsters, numbered from 1 to 27. It looks like a visual guide for voters to help them choose their favorites. Finally, the page includes the address for sending in your vote by mail, with a deadline of May 23rd. This page continues the Ultraman Battle feature, showcasing more characters for the reader vote. We've got a grid layout featuring numbered entries from 1 through to 30, each highlighting an Ultraman or Kaiju. Starting at number 1, we see Twin Tail, followed by Gudon at number 2. Number 3 is returning Ultraman, which is Ultraman Jack. Then we have Ultraman Ace at 4, and Ultraman Taro at 5. Moving down, number 7 is Ultra 7, number 8 is Astra, number 9 is Ultraman Powered, the American Ultraman, and number 10 is Ultraman Great, the Australian Ultraman. In the monster section, we have Gamora at 13, Mephilas Alien at 14, and the Mighty Zeton at 15. Down, number 18 is Nurse, 19 is King Joe, and 20 is Pandan. Continuing along, we've got Yapul at 21, Barabbas at 22, Black King at 23, Vakashim at 24, and Aliking at 25. Towards the bottom, we see Tyrant at 28, Magma Alien at 29, and finally, Black End at number 30. Each entry has a picture and a short blurb. It's all about giving readers a quick look at each character to help them make their voting choices for the upcoming Ultraman Battle game. This page focuses on Enemy Zero, featuring an image of Laura Lewis and highlighting the game's creators, Aino Kenji and Habuta. An interview, Zero to Understand EO, discusses the game's progress, including the PlayStation version's delay, with the Saturn version releasing first. A special report announces the game is 50% complete, describing it as an interactive movie in 4 parts. The interview covers sales expectations, with the developer unsure of success, even overseas. The PC version is planned to be priced at $55, considered reasonable for its target audience. Sales are compared to D, with a mention of titles like D no Shokutaku and King's Field 2. The developer aims for top-selling status, similar to Sonic or Chrono Trigger, and notes the unexpected popularity of King's Field. They acknowledge user feedback and strive to satisfy both PlayStation and Saturn users, addressing concerns about interactive movies to create an enjoyable experience. The next page continues the discussion about the interactive movie aspect of Enemy Zero. It features screenshots showing different camera angles within the game's environment, labeled from diagonal left to right and front view, highlighting the initial game design. The article delves into the nature of interactive movies and real-time polygons, questioning if players can distinguish between pre-rendered and real-time graphics in Enemy Zero. It mentions that the background CG in the game is re-rendered as the player's viewpoint shifts. The lower section, titled "It Didn't Have to Be PS/PlayStation Specifically," explores the developer's perspective on platform choice. They mention the game relies heavily on sound effects and compare it again to D no Shokutaku. They address user feedback, acknowledge the staff's busy schedule, and hint at D2, implying future projects. Interestingly, the reviewer expresses a preference for Saturn users, even stating a personal fondness for 3D. The article touches upon the capabilities of the Saturn and PlayStation, referencing Saturn titles like Virtua Fighter and Virtua Cop. For comparison, they bring up Knights and, surprisingly, Mario, likely referring to Super Mario 64 as a benchmark for game quality. The reviewer concludes by reiterating their love for Saturn users and preference for 3Ds, making it clear where their allegiances lie in the console wars. This page continues the discussion about Enemy Zero, focusing on how sound is crucial in detecting enemies as they are invisible, and the player character Laura battles them. The article mentions that in-game cutscenes are rendered in real-time polygon graphics. The page then moves into an Enemy Zero lecture section, detailing key gameplay elements. Digital loneliness describes the feeling of isolation in the game's environments, like being alone in a hotel room watching TV in a burning mansion, emphasizing the sense of unease and vulnerability. VPS, or Vex Positioning System, is explained as a mechanic that uses sound to locate invisible enemies. It notes that life forms emit sounds, allowing players to determine their position and distance. Invisible enemies elaborates on why enemies are invisible, stating that human eyes cannot perceive these life forms in space. The article explains that traditional fires or lights are ineffective, and the player must use energy weapons to fight them. Finally, network information talks about the spaceship's internal network, suggesting network capabilities within the game. This network could control cameras and doors, potentially involving other crew members and adding a gateway user interface. The article concludes by mentioning Ripple Rapple and Virtual BART as examples of games also developed using Apple II computers for idea generation, similar to how they used it for D. They also acknowledge that user feedback is important and that they want to continue improving and creating new games. This page is a special report in Saturn Magazine focusing on Capcom's upcoming game, Street Fighter Alpha 2, referred to here as Street Fighter Zero 2. It highlights the game as the try-next title for the SEGA Saturn in '96 Part 2. The article dives into the changes from the original Street Fighter Alpha. A key point is the increased number of playable characters, backgrounds now being larger and more detailed, and each character having unique backgrounds. The color palettes have also been expanded, now offering 5 colors compared to the previous 2 for 1P and 2P characters, plus AutoGuard colors. The reviewer emphasizes that the biggest change is the combo system, offering more freedom and customization for players to create their own super combos. The page discusses changes to the Zero counter system, stating it's been adjusted to be more effective for both ground and aerial attacks. It also mentions the removal of Zero combos, described as simple, guaranteed combos, making the gameplay require more strategic thinking and less reliance on easy combo strings. However, basic moves like the Hadouken and Shoryuken are still present. Finally, the article points out that previously, boss characters and Vega, M. Bison, are now playable right from the start. The reviewer thinks that while the presentation of CPU strength and versus battles are improved, some players might find the increased CPU difficulty less appealing, but they feel it's an improvement overall, and that they will have to adapt their playstyle. Street Fighter Zero 2, Alpha 2, introduces 5 new characters: Rolento, Zangief, Dalsim, Sakura, and Gen. Each has unique fighting styles and special moves, with Rolento and Gen offering distinct gameplay. The article highlights improvements over the first game, especially in playability. Anticipation for the Saturn version centers on combo fidelity, character distinctiveness, and the inclusion of a training mode. Capcom assures a faithful arcade port with potential Saturn-exclusive additions. The writer praises the game, emphasizing its enhanced features and overall quality. This page is all about Cyberbot's Full Metal Madness, a Capcom game for the Saturn, and continues the Capcom theme from the previous page. The page is focused on explaining the core mechanics of the game, which revolves around controlling giant robots called VAs, or variable armors. It highlights that Cyberbots is different from standard fighting games because of its weapon and boost-based combat. The page details key gameplay elements like Cyber X attacks, which are powerful combos activated by filling a power gauge and using special button inputs. It also explains the boost system, allowing for dashes and aerial maneuvers, vital for evasion and offense. Pursuit attacks against downed opponents are mentioned as unblockable and powerful, with Mega Crash Chew given as an example. The weapon system is explained, emphasizing that each VA uses weapons like lasers and missiles, usable both on the ground and in the air, and that weapon forms can change based on player input. Finally, the page touches on Saturn-exclusive content, mentioning the story mode and focus on character personalities, especially the appeal of cute robots. It also hints that boss VAs, like Devolots, will be playable, and there will be original animations. The background music is also praised, with a desire for a dedicated BGM mode. Essentially, the page is hyping up Cyberbots as a unique and deep robot fighting game experience, coming to the Saturn. This page continues the Capcom hype with a look at Marvel superheroes on the SEGA Saturn. It's presented as a follow-up to the Saturn version of X-Men, Children of the Atom. Using a similar system, the focus here is on introducing the playable characters and their fighting styles. The article highlights core mechanics like Skyguard, emphasizing its importance in aerial combat, and forward/backward dash as key movement options. It talks about how mastering these basic techniques is crucial for high-level play. Character spotlights include Spider-Man, described as a well-rounded fighter with aerial combat and projectile skills. Captain America is noted for his projectile-based special moves, making him a good choice for beginners. Iron Man is presented as a unique character capable of flight for a limited time, with unusual combos and a wide range of attacks. Psylocke is highlighted as a character with diverse special moves and combo variations. Magneto, a boss character from X-Men, is now playable, retaining his ability to fly and use projectiles. Finally, Juggernaut is shown as a powerful character who is hard to knock down, excelling in close combat and powerful attacks. Each character section includes screenshots showcasing their moves, like Spider-Man's Maximum Spider, Captain America's Final Justice, Iron Man's Proton Cannon, Psylocke's Psy-Mail Showterm, Magneto's Magnetic Shockwave, and Juggernaut's Juggernaut Head Crush. The overall impression is that Marvel superheroes on Saturn is bringing a cast of powerful and distinct characters to the fighting game scene. This page continues the breakdown of Marvel superheroes, diving into the game mechanics. It talks about the Infinity Gauge, which is used for special moves and counters, highlighting that strategic use of this gauge is key to victory. Then it explains Aerial Rave, a system where you can launch opponents into the air and continue attacking them with combos, emphasizing the damage potential. Next up is the Gem Ability System, a unique feature of Marvel superheroes. Gems are described as items that provide various benefits when used during fights. The page details several gems like Reality, which alters stage backgrounds and adds attack power, Mind, which enhances infinity counter and throw range, Power, increasing attack strength, Soul, which slowly recovers health, Time, boosting character speed, and Space, preventing opponents from escaping throws. It shows the gem activation method is pressing punch and kick buttons simultaneously. Character spotlights include Hulk, depicted as a powerhouse focusing on grapples and throws, Wolverines, known for his speed and recovery abilities, Blackheart, who has multi-hitting projectiles and unique moves, and Shumagorath, characterized by bizarre and unpredictable attacks. Each character section has screenshots showcasing their in-game action. This page is a special interview with Hideaki Saujin, General Manager of the Marketer Group at Capcom's CS Sales Division. The interviewer is Yutaka Kondo, the editor-in-chief of the magazine. The main topic is, What Will Happen? Capcom, New Capcom. Saujin talks about Capcom's strategy for the SEGA Saturn, mentioning they aim to bring their arcade hits to the console. Street Fighter II on Saturn was a success, and they want to continue this with titles like X-Men, which has high player ratings. They are dedicated to porting arcade games with high quality, and are considering titles like Cyberbots, which was popular in arcades, to capture its fan base. They acknowledge the challenge of porting arcade titles to home consoles, but are working to overcome this. They also mention the possibility of creating original games for Saturns. Saojin brings up Resident Evil, Biohazard, a PlayStation title, but suggests they might explore similar games for the Saturn. They discuss events like the Street Fighter Alpha 2-02 Championships and hint at more puzzle games like Super Puzzle Fighter 2X and exploring variations of different game genres. In closing, Saojin asks for ongoing support from SEGA Saturn fans. This page is all about Rockman X3, or Mega Man X3 as we know it in the West, coming to the SEGA Saturn. It mentions that Capcom is bringing their arcade hits to Saturn, which was discussed in a previous interview, and, following the success of Street Fighter II, Mega Man X3 is priced at 5,800 yen, and is described as an action game that evolves the series' RPG-like power-up system. The article provides gameplay tips, advising players to use special weapons effectively against bosses, and recommending getting the foot parts in Stage 2 for better movement. We get a look at 8 stages, each featuring a different boss, with names like Explosive Hornet, Frozen Buffalo, Gravity Beetle, and others. It also introduces 2 robot characters, Vajurila FF and Mandriller BB, and suggests that using specific special weapons can change how bosses behave in the later part of the game. Screenshots illustrate gameplay elements like air dashes using foot parts, and strategies for boss fights, mentioning characters like God Carmachine or Insecari and prestigious boozers in relation to these mechanics and battles. This page showcases Capcom's new Mahjong game for the Saturn, called Ida Yosuke Meijin no Shin Jisen Mahjong, which translates to Master Yosuke Ida's new real battle Mahjong. It's hyped as not just another Mahjong game, emphasizing that it's taught by the famous Ida Yosuke himself, whose previous Famicom game was also well received. They even ask if a dedicated Mahjong controller will be available. The game boasts authentic 4-player Mahjong with 16 unique opponents, each with their own distinct playstyle and scheming tactics, so players need to be cautious. It features various game modes, including free play, title match, and a scenario mode. They highlight a hand-open mode for Mahjong study. The scenario mode is titled Roving Period, where you aim to become famous within 10 in-game years by challenging famous Mahjong players. Events trigger CG scenes in this mode, and they say it's not simple. A key feature is the character expressions, which change dynamically, reflecting their joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure, making it feel like playing against real people. The reviewer notes that you can read your opponent's hand from their expressions, emphasizing psychological warfare in Mahjong is essential for victory. It's set for release on June 28 at 4,800 yen. This page is a special report focusing on Langrisser 2i, emphasizing that its beautiful world is truly exceptional. It's highlighted as a special package, SLG from Messiah, slated for release on July 16th at 6,800 yen. The article mentions that the release was slightly delayed, but promises big special features, including 3D polygon graphics and illustrations from the original artist. They're also emphasizing the voice acting. It states the main character Dai Harde is a knight on a mission, setting the stage for the story. The page showcases drawn battle scenes, emphasizing further evolution of the 3D battle scenes. The reviewer is impressed by the sky and floating fortress visuals, calling it panorama tactics. They mention that screenshots don't fully capture the impact of arrows and attack explosions in the 3D battlefields. The article details pre-battle command execution, showing screens for unit deployment, actions, and viewpoint selection. It explains that you can assign commands to units before battle and choose viewpoints freely during battle. The interface utilizes a pad for intuitive controls. Finally, they are excited about upgraded dialogue scenes, stating they are also improving. They mention event scenes and dramatic scenes, highlighting character expressions and lip syncing during dialogue, aiming for an anime-like feel. Overall, the reviewer is very impressed with Langrisser 2i's and anticipates its release. This page is a special feature on the game Lunacy, originally titled Gekka Mugentan Toriko in Japan. The article dives into the defocus function, highlighting it as a key aspect of the game. It emphasizes how the game uses CG graphics to create a dreamlike, surreal world. Apparently, SEGA, known for its technical prowess, is implementing this new defocus function to enhance the cinematic presentation and create a sense of thrill, similar to film techniques. The page shows a series of screenshots demonstrating this defocus effect. They seem to show a scene where the focus dynamically shifts between a character in the foreground and a clock in the background. The text explains that while still images might not fully convey the effect, in motion, this defocus smoothly transitions the focus to draw attention to different parts of the scene, like the clock, the character's hands, or the background. It suggests this is a novel technique for games that effectively draws players into the story. The special report banner gives us the release details. June 28th, priced at 6,800 yen as a 2 candelas set. It's an adventure game for one player and is suitable for all ages. The development of Lunacy, Geka Mugentan Toriko, involved a meticulous process. The creators began with extensive concept art and sketches, aiming for a grand scale, drawing inspiration from real-world cityscapes for environments like the City of Mist. Key story elements were tied to props, like the ancient book. Storyboards were crafted for cutscenes and animations, detailing character movements and camera angles, later rendered into CG graphics. Early image line drawings reveal more imaginative initial concepts. Finally, the team utilized real-world textures, referencing photographs of locations like a stone alleyway to create authentic and immersive game environments. Nightruth, Explain of the Nightruth, is a new multi-cinema adventure game set in a mysterious world beyond human understanding. The game follows 5 high school students with unique abilities, with the story unfolding around them. The developers plan a series with multiple scenarios and high production value. The game introduces Shinya Ioizayo, an 18-year-old detective, and Ai Himekawa, a 15-year-old with a childlike personality. Key details. It's by Sonnet Computer Entertainment, with an undecided price and a planned summer 1996 release, rated 18+. The game features a multi-story, multi-ending structure, offering diverse story branches and replayability, with choices potentially leading to comedic or unresolved outcomes. This page is dedicated to the game Nightruth, showcasing its mystery-focused story and characters. It's described as a mystery-touch story set in a high school, dealing with paranormal phenomena and occult happenings that modern science can't explain. The story revolves around 5 high school students getting caught up in strange events. We get introductions to some of the main characters. Mirai Miyashiro is 17, and comes from a family that served shrines and temples since the Meiji era, using yin-yang arts, feng shui, and shikigami. Toshihide Tokiwa is a 16-year-old genius who got his doctorate at 15 and believes science can explain everything. Maya Suito, the 18-year-old heroine, is skilled in martial arts but doesn't see herself as very feminine, and is sensitive about death due to a childhood trauma. Shinya Ioizayo, also 18 and mentioned on the previous page, is a detective. The page also mentions Raiken's second daddy, which seems to be a weapon. Finally, it lists the voice cast, highlighting the actors for the opening and ending themes, and key characters like Jurokuya Shinya, Suito Maya, Miyashiro Mirei, Tokiwa Toshihide, and others, including a character named Kanai Mika, and Ori Ayako, and Raiken's second daddy. The page emphasizes a rich cast of voice actors for the game. This page is a special report introducing the racing game Tokyo Highway Battle, which is described as a powered-up version of a previously released game. The tagline focuses on running and beauty. The game aims to further enhance the realism and visuals of highway racing. The article highlights the real grip system for handling, emphasizing drift control in the real arrange mode. This mode is presented as a more realistic driving experience compared to previous iterations, aiming to appeal to both beginners and experienced racing game fans. It also mentions a video CD compatible mode, which includes real-life video footage of cute girls in the game. This feature is explained as allowing players to enjoy real video movies by setting up a decoder in the Saturn's rear slot. The bottom section lists details about the game's release as back-end video on July 26th, with the price to be determined. It supports one player and is compatible with the movie card. This page spotlights the attractive female characters, referred to as game heroines, in Tokyo Highway Battle. While fewer than the previous game, the selected girls are all enthusiastic and supportive, offering encouraging words even after mistakes. Interviews with these characters are included. Akira Kinuchi enjoys being a passenger, while Matsuda Chinatsu, a model with a 93 cm bust, is also featured. Inoue Mami, from the Puyo Puyo Panic series, and Kawasaki Ai are also present. The extra information section details gameplay elements like appeal races and drift maneuvers, with a ranking system based on drift and crash counts. Hidden female characters can be unlocked by clearing bonus courses after repeating races. Completing night courses unlocks new car types. The next page is a special report on Wipeout, highlighting its high-speed battle races. It mentions that the game is popular overseas and on other consoles, and is coming to Saturn in June. Wipeout on Saturn features F-3600 anti-gravity system machines for races set around the world, aiming for championship status in championship mode. Single races and time trials over 3 laps are also available, making it a speed and battle race game. The article talks about mastering weapons, stating there are 6 types of weapons and items on anti-gravity machines. These are activated by passing over grids on the course. Shields offer temporary defense, while turbo boosts provide maximum speed. Floating mines explode on contact, and shockwaves cause high-voltage impact. Rocket launchers fire straight ahead, and guided missiles lock onto and pursue enemies. The page also details difficult special courses, mentioning 6 countries, including Germany and Japan. These courses are designed to be high-speed and technical, requiring skill. Acceleration grids are present and should be used strategically for speed boosts. The text describes courses featuring straight sections, small jumps, and narrow tunnels. It concludes by saying that Wipeout is a thrilling and dangerous experience, with jet coaster-like ups and downs and jump platforms. It suggests that even those who thought they were good at racing games will be surprised. Wipeout is described as not just a game but a multimedia title. This document analyzes the performance of 4 teams' racing machines in a high-speed racing game, likely Wipeout. Ag Systems excels in acceleration and handling, suitable for beginners. Ordrecom machines prioritize stability, ideal for novices due to their weight. Kirekusu emphasizes top speed but struggles with acceleration, requiring skill. Fisar machines focus on turning, making them suitable for technical tracks. The document also introduces Destruction Derby, a car battle game developed by Psygnosis, coming to PlayStation. It emphasizes survival and car destruction. The game features various modes: race courses, crash battles, stock car races, and a destruction derby arena, the bowl. While violent in concept, the game, focused on ramming and earning points, is surprisingly popular, particularly in Japan. This page is exploding with news about the console release of Real Bout Fatal Fury. It's being touted as the newest installment in the Garou Densetsu series, and is based on the systems from King of Fighters 95 and Fatal Fury 3. They are introducing Kim, Billy, and Duck as new characters, highlighting their special moves and styles, promising fresh gameplay. A key feature being emphasized is the new ring-out system, which seems to add a new strategic element to fights. The page also gives spotlights to returning and new characters like Terry Bogard and Jaidi Bogard, Joe Higashi, Blue Mary, Mai Shiranui, Wang Koh-san, Bob Wilson, Hanfu, Geese Howard, Yamazaki Ryuji, Kin Hayu, and Franco Bash, with brief descriptions for each and screenshots showing the characters in action and gameplay. It's definitely creating a buzz for fans of the Fatal Fury series. This page is showcasing Body Special 264, advertised as the hottest item of the summer, a puzzle game from Yamanouchi. It's described as a real-image video puzzle game featuring tour motion and enhanced video quality technology. This installment is highlighted as the second in a series, following up on a previous release that combined Bikini plus Dreams plus Girls. The game uses real-life images of 3 sexy idol types and offers a versus mode where players can compete against the CPU. The advertisement emphasizes the high-quality video and the puzzle gameplay, suggesting it's challenging for men to master, and boasts both puzzle images and clear images after completion. The page features 2 personalities, Akari Uchida and Chisato Matsuda. For Akari Uchida, it mentions she was born on June 29, 1973, is 162 centimeters tall, and her measurements are 885,986. For Chisato Matsuda, it states she was born on January 29, 1977, is 165 centimeters tall, and her measurements are 935,988. The text hints at girl heart and image girl connections for Matsuda, possibly referencing other media or endorsements she was involved in. The page includes screenshots from the game, showing puzzle interfaces with bikini-clad women and timer displays. Overall, the advertisement is promoting Body Special 264 as a visually appealing and engaging puzzle game featuring attractive women. This Sega Saturn press page highlights new and upcoming games. New releases include shooters like Strikers 1945, Shenryu, and Sonic Wings Special, puzzle game Sega Ages, Homework Taunter, and titles like Saint Tail and Spacetime Detective DD, Phantom of Lorelei. Other new releases include Playboy Karaoke Volume 1, Turf Wind 96, featuring Utaka Take, coming soon soft, previews a diverse lineup, including Dark Savior, Kabuki Clash, and Irem Arcade Classics. RPG fans can anticipate Wizardry Vi and V2 Complete, Thor, Chronicle of the Spirit King, and FIDA Remake. Shooters like Donpachi and Gradius 2 are also on the way. Action games Dynamite Cop, Kyo Flying Squadron 2, and Sorcerer Hunters are also listed. Other titles include Dragon Ball Z, Legend, Tokimeki Mahjong Graffiti, Year of the Angels, and more. The page showcases the Saturn's broad appeal. This page is all about the new release title Strikers 1945 for the Sega Saturn, calling it a hardcore man's shooting game from Sikyo and Atlas. It's highlighted as a vertical scrolling shooter, just like in the arcades, but now on Saturn. They mention the gameplay is easy to pick up for beginners, but has depth for experienced players, focusing on powering up your ship with items. The page then spotlights the famous planes featured in the game, showcasing 3 in particular. The American P-38 Lightning, described as powerful and versatile. The American P-51 Mustang, noted for its all-around high performance and formation attacks. And the British Spitfire, praised for its balance and wide-range attacks, recommended for beginners. For each plane they show screenshots of their standard shot, a formation attack that uses support planes, and a powerful bomb attack. Finally, there's a call to action to defeat the boss, with a screenshot of a large mechanical boss enemy at the bottom of the page. This page dives into 2 new game releases. First up is a game called Hisatsu, which translates to Fatal Blow. It's based on the popular TV drama and movie series of the same name, and it's an orthodox, side-scrolling action game. You'll be jumping and attacking your way through stages, picking from 4 main characters: Nakamuraken Mondo, Nenen no Tetsu, Yuki, and Hyde. You choose 2 of them to form a team and take on the evil lords of Edo. Each character has their own signature moves, which fans of the series will recognize. The screenshots show some action, with characters shouting things like Shumoku Ka and Tekka. It looks like a solid action title. Next, we have a Sega Ages title called Homework is Tantruru. This is actually a 2-in-1 package featuring Quiz I Forgot My Homework and Taunter. Quiz I Forgot My Homework is a quiz game that uses questions related to your birth year, testing your memory. Taunter is part of the Puzzle and Action series and is described as a reflex-based puzzle game packed with variety. The page shows gameplay from both, with the quiz game showing a question and answer selection, and Taunter showing timers and a puzzle grid. They've given Hisatsu a completion score of 80 and Sega Ages a very high 99, highlighting it as a great value collection. The next page highlights 2 upcoming game releases and a new Creedrom magazine series. First up is Mysterious Thief Saint Tail 10, which seems to be based on the popular anime and manga series Saint Tail. You play as Mamie Hanioka, living her double life as a normal schoolgirl during the day, and the mysterious thief Saint Tail by night. The game lets you experience a day in her life, with screenshots showing dialogue scenes and a mini-game that looks like a sports game. However, it only scored a 10% completion rating, which is quite low. Next is Time-Space Detective DD Phantom Lorelei, an adventure game set in the future year 2238. You play as DD, a time detective investigating a cult and its leader, Drive Laval. The story takes you back to 1939, pre-World War II Germany, as DD tries to stop Drive Laval. Screenshots show a more serious tone with darker scenes and a diagram of a ship. This game received a much better 80% completion score. Finally, there's an announcement for Idle Disc, a monthly Creedrom magazine specifically for the Saturn. It focuses on idols and indie idols, featuring self-introductions, photo galleries and a slideshow mode, and video clips to showcase their charm. It appears to be in production, and is showcasing photos from a photoshoot, mentioning an idol named Miyama Riki, and a dance group Reyes, hinting at content like mini-games and photoshoots related to these idols. The SEGA Saturn is getting a diverse lineup of new games. Terra Cresta 3D, a 3D revival of the arcade shooter, features ship combining for power-ups. Turf Wind 96 offers in-depth horse racing and breeding gameplay with real-world data integration. Playboy Karaoke Volume 1 is a karaoke game featuring Playboy models with 6 songs and a practice mode. Finally, Rise of the Robots 2 is a robot fighting game with varied weapon types and CAD-designed graphics. Review completion scores range from 40%, Terra Cresta 3D, to 95%, Playboy Karaoke Volume 1, indicating varying levels of quality and appeal. This page showcases a selection of upcoming SEGA Saturn titles. Sonic Wings Special is highlighted as a new release, boasting improved graphics for the Saturn version. It seems to be a shooting game, where players choose from different planes, each with unique fighting styles, aiming for multiple endings. The page also announces that the opening demo for an unnamed game is complete, describing it as a beautiful movie. There are several sections introducing new work hits across various genres. Firstly, New Style Kururin Pa is presented as a puzzle game with new block types and rules, emphasizing chain reactions. Sky Sinking System is another puzzle game. Purple Flame Dragon, tentative title, is described as a vertical scrolling shooter with normal shots, missiles and lasers, power-ups, and weapon enhancements. Child Shooting is another shooting game, specifically pointing out the 2-player simultaneous play. Death Crimson is mentioned as a gun shooting game set in 1985. Where the protagonist finds ruins and confronts mysterious threats. The game features swords and shields, and the screenshot shows an enemy encounter. Finally, Ecol Gun Shooting is also listed under gun shooting games, and surprisingly, there's a screenshot from Tecmo's Super Bowl, tentative title, which might be related, or just a placeholder image. Lastly, there is a brief description of Clockwork Knight 2, featuring gameplay where the player operates the main character through dot-connecting puzzles, with the goal of reaching the goal, overseen by Alexei Pajitnov, the creator of Tetris. This page is focused on the game Dark Savior. It's highlighted as a gripping 3D perspective action RPG. Though its release has been delayed, this article is reintroducing the game. We are introduced to characters Ryuya and Adore, and an organization called Jilo. Adore is described as being possessed by something called Peranium while trying to weaponize it. JLO is an underground terrorist group. The article talks about dungeon exploration being like a maze and emphasizes the need for careful movement and puzzle solving, especially when climbing iron structures, as falling means starting over. It mentions a time limit but stresses caution over speed, suggesting taking one step at a time is crucial. The screenshots show dungeon environments with red corridors, puzzle elements, and dialogue scenes. There is a laboratory setting with a green liquid pool and characters, hinting at experiments. The text mentions a cult train and sinister experiments involving human drina and green liquid to create monsters. A character called Dokkel is introduced as part of JLO and involved in these experiments. The last screenshot shows a dialogue scene where Dokkel and another character discuss Peranium and Adore's suspicious behavior. The game is 75% complete and is planned for a summer release at a price of 5,800 yen, playable by one player and recommended for all ages. This page continues the coverage of Dark Savior and talks about finally reaching the underground organization known as JLO. Ryuya has arrived at the JLO base to rescue Atonador, who was taken to the island by Piran. It seems Atonador is considered suspicious because of the Peranium. The article describes the dungeon, Dexcalibur Prison, as being like a maze, and emphasizes the need to proceed carefully. It mentions that rushing through will get you killed, and instead you should take your time and explore thoroughly, especially when navigating the iron structures, as falling off means starting again. The screenshots show more of the dungeon environments, which appear to be puzzle-filled with things like boxes and levers. One image mentions finding a JLO key. We also see more dialogue between characters, hinting at the dangers within the prison and the need for stealth and careful planning to avoid being caught. The reviewer suggests that you should proceed cautiously and explore every nook and cranny of the dungeon. This page continues the Dark Savior coverage taking us into the depths of Excalibur Prison, which is described as a true maze. The reviewer emphasizes that rushing ahead will lead to your demise, and instead, you should take your time to thoroughly explore every nook and cranny, especially when navigating the iron structures, as falling off means a frustrating restart. This issue also marks the first appearance of Kosuke, a heroine ninja, in Dark Savior, described as a mysterious, blue-clothed woman. Her role, and how she connects to Ruya and Adur, remain unclear at this point. The screenshots showcase more of the puzzle-filled prison environment, featuring boxes and levers, with one image indicating the discovery of a JLO key. Dialogue snippets highlight the dangers within the prison, and the necessity for stealth and careful planning to avoid capture, further reinforcing the advice to explore cautiously. We are given some intriguing details about Kosuke. She is a female ninja. Her right arm and the mysterious darkness within it are significant, and her left arm is always concealed. The article hints at a potential danger involving Kosuke falling into a strange green liquid, suggesting that Ryuya might have to come to her rescue. This page delves deeper into Dark Savior, focusing on navigating the treacherous Excalibur prison alongside a Commodore. We learn that Adur is weakened, and needs Ryuya's assistance to progress through this maze-like location. It seems a key gameplay mechanic involves physically throwing a dour over fences, and using him to trigger mechanisms to open doors. The article stresses the importance of keeping a dour alive. If he dies, it not only adds unnecessary battles in the prison, but also negatively impacts Ryuya's relationship with Rigati. The prison is filled with dangers, including guard dogs and moving floors that can lead to instant death if you fall. We are warned to be cautious on these moving platforms. There's also mention of battle chain encounters, where you face multiple waves of enemies, described as boars and wooses. The page concludes by highlighting that reaching the goal shown in the screenshots is just the beginning, emphasizing the vastness of Excalibur prison and the need to carefully protect a Sedour throughout your journey. It's implied you should value a character's life as much as your own to succeed. This page continues the Dark Savior coverage, now revealing the game's status screen, which is styled as a bounty hunter handbook. We are told that by pressing the X button during conversations or battles, this screen appears and gives you access to various information. The page details 4 sections of this handbook. First, the item page lets you use items you've collected. It mentions that item descriptions are simple and easy to understand, and importantly, items are not lost after one use, so you can hoard them without worry. Next is the Jack page. This section allows you to spend Jack points to get hints or strengthen Ryuya. You earn Jack points by defeating enemies in battle. Hints can help if you're stuck and might reveal unexpected paths. Leveling up Ryuya makes him stronger but uses up a significant amount of Jack points. Options unrelated to the main game, like music settings, are also accessible here. The equipment page is where you equip weapons and armor. It displays attack power and defense, with plus and minus symbols. The article notes that this system is straightforward and easy to understand. Finally, the status page displays Ryuya's condition. It seems to show how many enemies you've defeated in battle. It's mentioned that while details of captured enemies aren't clear, you can likely utilize them in some way. More details on this will be revealed later. This article previews the development of Dark Savior, focusing on producer Shinya Nishigaki's insights. The game emphasizes cinematic events created with crane cameras, aiming for a highly dramatic experience. The narrative unfolds with mystery, hinting at secrets surrounding characters and objectives, particularly in the Adu rescue mission, which constitutes a quarter of the first Parallel 1 scenario. A key feature is the parallel scenario system, where clearing the first scenario unlocks alternate paths. The initial scenario culminates in a confrontation, acting as a prelude to later scenarios. Defeating a boss early on, for example, will unlock a unique path and final boss. The game's structure promises diverse outcomes based on player choices, with different bosses and entirely distinct parallel scenarios. The article teases further reveals and showcases screenshots of various environments, promising a rich and engaging experience. This page is all about Far East of Eden, the Apocalypse IV, the latest installment in the Tengai Meikyu series for the Sega Saturn. It's touted as a grand RPG with a Western influence, set in North America during the pioneering era. The story revolves around facing absolute gods and the sinister 12 apostles of the dark cult. The article highlights the main character, Raijin, the thunder god, who hails from Zipangu and is destined to fight We get introduced to some of Raijan's companions, like Red Bear, a Native American hunter shrouded in mystery and said to have taught Raijan combat techniques. Yatanomi is another ally, who seems to be a fire-wielding character. The page also shows concept art for characters who may be either friend or foe, the Dark Cultists. There's also Cherry APS, a seemingly playful character involved with gambling and drinking in saloons, adding a bit of lightheartedness. The game promises dramatic battles and a compelling narrative, with a mix of Japanese and Western mythology. The reviewer seems excited about the game's concept and the visuals showcasing the characters and settings.
The progress is stated at 40% completion.
This page announces the upcoming release of Irem Arcade Classics for the Sega Saturn, promising 200% fun with 3 games in one package. It's described as a collection of 3 popular 80s arcade games from Irem, aimed at players who might have missed them in arcades, offering tips and tricks to master them. The first featured game is Spartan X, known internationally as Kung Fu Master. The page emphasizes mastering the main character's moves like punch, kick, crouch, and jump, providing visual guides and descriptions of how to use them effectively in combat. It also details strategies for dealing with different enemy types, categorized as Enemy A, B, and C, and special enemies like dragons, snakes, and bombs. Next up is 10-Yard Fight, an American football game. The article highlights the importance of strategic play, choosing between run or pass plays, and understanding formations to succeed in matches. Finally, Zippy Race is introduced as a racing game, where memorizing the course layout and the placement of obstacles is key to victory. It mentions the presence of rival cars that players need to outmaneuver. A short comment from a reviewer is also included who expresses excitement about the collection and hopes for more niche and challenging games in the future. The overall tone of the page is enthusiastic, promoting the collection as a great way to relive classic arcade experiences on the Sega Saturn. Sword and Sorcery, a new single-player RPG for the Sega Saturn, is nearing its May 31st release. The game emphasizes character dialogue, 3D environments, and animated character expressions. Players can access a status screen outside of battles to manage items, equipment, and stats, with a focus on strategic formations. Battles are top-down, incorporating obstacles that players can use for defense or must destroy. The combat system features normal and magic attacks, with magic power increasing through use. The game mechanics appear standard for the genre, but with a focus on tactical combat and character interaction. This page previews the early stages of the upcoming Sega Saturn RPG, Sword and Sorcery, focusing on the protagonist Lucian's journey. It introduces the Pinacoteic Tower, where Lucian meets Elgort, a character cursed to transform into a monster at night. Elgort asks Lucian to seek a fortune teller to break this curse. The page also highlights exploration with a section questioning this treasure chest, suggesting puzzles and hidden items. Next, it introduces Frontier Village as a preparation hub after the tower, a safe place to gather information and level up before continuing the adventure. Moving east from Frontier Village, we reach Baba Chop Village, where Mimina is seemingly possessed. This leads to the first dungeon, Chichibora Cave, where Lucian and Mimina venture to solve the possession issue and face the Ogre Head boss. After defeating the Ogre Head, Lucian returns to Baba Chop Village to heal Mimina. The village elder, grateful for Lucian's help, allows Mimina to join Lucian's party as a new companion. The page concludes with a call for fan-made illustrations of sword and sorcery characters, indicating an illustration contest. This page is all about the upcoming Sega Saturn release of Tetris Chess. It's being touted as a puzzle game that needs no explanation and is arriving on the Saturn. The developers are boasting about a Saturn original demo being included, describing it as a super parody world, unlike anything seen in previous Tetris games, and calling it a surely unique bonus. The article highlights 2 main modes, Classic Tetris and Momo Tetris, versus computer and player. Classic Tetris is presented as being very similar to the arcade version, offering the standard single-player experience where you aim for high scores and line clears. A new Continue feature is mentioned, allowing players to restart from level 1 if they fail, but apparently, versus play isn't available in this mode. Momo Tetris versus computer and player mode is described as a versus mode, where you compete against the computer or another player. The rules are similar to classic Tetris, but clearing 2 or more lines at once will send blocks to your opponent, speeding up their block drop rate. Items are said to be absent in this mode, so it's purely about skill.
Matches are best of 3 rounds, with 2 wins needed to secure victory.
The
The page also mentions that the graphics and music have been upgraded, appealing to fans, and includes screenshots from both classic Tetris and the Saturn original demo, showcasing the different visual styles. The overall tone is very enthusiastic about this new Saturn Tetris release.
This page is all about encouraging new blood into the game creation industry, titled The Road to Game Creator. It's like a message to young people who are interested in making games. It's positioned as a move from being just a player to becoming a creator, aimed at the next generation of game developers. The text talks about how common and popular games have become, but highlights the need for fresh talent and skilled creators in the industry right now. It seems to be setting up a series of articles that will guide and inspire people who want to make games. The image of a robotic hand gently touching a sprout really symbolizes nurturing new talent and growing the future of game development. The text mentions that this special feature will offer insights from experienced creators, information about schools, and real-world job details, all to help young people learn how to get into the game industry and use their skills. The next page is titled, Ask This Person, and features Hiroyuki Takahashi from Sonic Company, Limited, the representative director. The page highlights shining wisdom for the SEGA Saturn, with a screenshot visible. The main message is about having the ambition to become big by utilizing the company's know-how, suggesting it's about career advice for aspiring game creators. Takahashi talks about how he didn't initially plan to work in the game industry, but ended up joining Enix and learning the ropes while involved with Dragon Quest. He emphasizes the importance of continuous learning, taking on challenges, and thinking about game development from a company management perspective. He stresses the need to focus on creating interesting games with visual impact and innovative game design, especially in gameplay and controls. He points out the importance of uniqueness in game creation, and mentions hiring from vocational schools, because these students have already demonstrated their passion for game development. He believes the game industry needs new talent and encourages aspiring creators to learn skills and challenge themselves to build a career in the field. Shugo Takahashi, of Camelot Company, Limited, shares his journey into game development. Initially working with computers for presentations, he became fascinated by their potential, leading him to the game industry. His desire was to create enjoyable experiences, influenced by his brother, Hidego Takahashi's work. He discusses the challenge of defining fun and the pressure to create engaging games. Takahashi emphasizes learning by doing, refining both visuals and gameplay. He stresses curiosity, analytical skills, and a professional approach to game creation. He encourages aspiring developers to embrace challenges and cultivate a professional eye for creating successful games. The article also briefly profiles Hidego Takahashi, detailing his career from Enix to Sonic Software Planning and founding Camelot, showcasing his work on games like Shining Force 2 and Beyond the Beyond. This page is an advertisement for Yoyogi Animation Academy, a school focused on animation and game creation. It emphasizes the importance of strong drawing skills as the foundation for creating realistic CG animation. The drawing section highlights that the Academy prioritizes teaching real figure drawing as the basis for CG, even with modern technology. They teach techniques like muscle movement and perspective. The index section promotes the Academy's comprehensive facilities and curriculum, stating it's the best place to learn. They offer courses in animator, CG anime/game, and visual arts, boasting high-quality equipment and instruction. There's also a student testimonial from a 1st year student, Komabayashi Kosuke, who enjoys reading novels and manga and is working on game creation, specifically Ring Story, in the forest world. He aims to create games that bring dreams to the world and advises aspiring creators to challenge themselves. Finally, there's a guidance schedule showing dates for school information sessions.
It's basically an ad for the animation school targeting aspiring game creators.
The next page appears to be an advertisement for Tokyo Computer College, a vocational school specializing in computers. It highlights their 3C education philosophy, which stands for communication, concept, and creation, stating these are essential skills for the future. They emphasize that just passively receiving lessons isn't enough to develop these skills. The page describes their Game Planner course, explaining that game creation involves not just planning, but also collaboration with writers, programmers, and graphic designers. They stress the importance of communication and teamwork in the game development process. The school aims to foster these skills by encouraging active participation in class, with teachers engaging students in discussions and helping them develop their ideas. They boast a near one-on-one teaching style due to a high teacher-to-student ratio. The school promotes the idea that they not only teach the technical skills to become a creator, but also important social skills.
There's a section introducing students.
One group, named High Bridge and Cheerful Friends, are creating a simulation game about tropical fish. Another student, named Kazuko Kajiwara, is a 20-year-old second-year student who loves reading and dreams of introducing the world of stories through games to children who are losing touch with reading. Finally, there's a guidance schedule, listing dates for school open days and school visit days, targeting prospective students. It also mentions a summer school in America as part of their curriculum. This page is an advertisement spread for two vocational schools, Tokyo Designer Gakuen and Tokyo Visual Arts, both focused on nurturing creative talent in the fields of games, CG, and sound. Tokyo Designer Gakuen emphasizes fostering professionals who can be active on the front lines, with a focus on originality. They aim to develop game graphic designers with an entrepreneurial spirit. Their curriculum includes foundational skills like sketching, painting, and Mac-based package design, alongside diverse seminar choices like cultural anthropology and yoga. They also offer study abroad programs in Europe and America to broaden students' international perspectives. Their course index includes categories like graphic design, illustration, computer graphic design, and animation amongst 28 other courses. Tokyo Visual Arts section is all about learning game sound creation. They teach students to create immersive game soundscapes, starting from visualizing game scenes and culminating in creating a vast library of 645 sound effects. The school provides practical training in professional studios and emphasizes the development of communication skills. They highlight that graduates go on to work as sound directors and sound planners in the game industry. Their course index includes categories like sound creator, computer music, computer image, computer photo, and multimedia, along with 33 other courses. At the bottom, contact details are listed for Tokyo and Osaka branches of both Designer Gakuen and Visual Arts, including addresses and phone numbers. This page is an advertisement for Vantan Deno Information College, a school dedicated to training the next generation of game creators. They boldly claim that the dream of becoming a game creator is closer than you think, and that their college provides the best possible environment to achieve this goal. They emphasize developing immediate talent, with a teaching staff made up of 100% industry professionals. The curriculum is designed to be interactive and industry relevant, ensuring students learn the latest techniques and skills. They also boast about their machine lineup, keeping up with the times, mentioning they use DOS/versus machines, Macintoshes, and even high-end workstations like Indie and Indigo, which were top off the line for game development back then. They offer a range of courses including game design, scenario and writer, game graphics, game program, graphic design, computer animation, visual creator, digital sound, and even a game development research course. They have both 2-year and 4-year daytime programs. Upcoming events mentioned are school information sessions and a game TRPG tournament. At the bottom, you'll find their contact details, including a toll-free number and address. Amusement Media General Academy is advertising its game industry training programs. They offer a range of courses, both daytime and nighttime, to cater to various interests and skill levels. Daytime courses include Game Creator, 2-year, Research Options, Planning Scenario and Character Design, 2-year, Multimedia Creator, CG Animation Creator, Voice Talent, Comic, and Novel/Light Novel Writer courses. Nighttime courses, designed for working professionals, are shorter, 1-year specializations, including various game creator tracks, game program, game CG animation, multimedia creator, PC game creator, voice talent, comic, and novel writer. The Academy emphasizes practical skills and industry connections to help students enter the gaming world, offering application details via postcard or fax. This page showcases IMAX Academy and their game development training programs. They offer 3 main courses: a 2-year full-time regular course, a 1-year night course designed for working adults, and an internet course for self-paced learning. The regular course covers game planning, programming, graphics, sound, and marketing and management. The night course is a condensed version focusing on practical skills, with options in game programming, graphics, and planning. The internet course focuses on internet communication and content creation for games. The advertisement highlights opening dates in April and June of 1996 and provides a schedule chart showing course durations over the year. A special promotion waives the enrollment fee for the night course starting in June and encourages early application for the regular course to participate in team formation activities. Various viewing sessions are scheduled from April to July for prospective students to learn more. The page also provides contact information for IMAX Academy branches across Japan in Hokkaido, Sendai, Osaka, and Kyushu. To become a game creator, passion, drive, and a suitable environment are crucial. Modern game development is a collaborative effort with various specialized roles. Key positions include producers, project managers, directors, on-site production, planners, concept and specifications, game designers, gameplay, programmers, system and battle logic, scenario writers, story and world building, graphic designers, visual elements, and sound programmers, audio. The game development process involves planning, promotion, and sales. It includes sound creation, sample production, mastering, production, release, and post-release activities. Even without formal education, ambition, a deep understanding of games, and the development process are essential for breaking into the industry and establishing a career as a game creator. This page from Reader Station Volume 2 features reader submissions, starting with Ur's Diary. One reader mentions hay fever season and excessive sneezing. Another talks about purchasing a SEGA Saturn and games, noting how impressive the Saturn's game graphics are compared to what they expected. They mention struggling to get their PC to boot as well. Another reader recounts an incident at a lodging in December where they played Saturn games. They mention a Devil Summoner game and feeling embarrassed reading certain lines aloud. Another submission is about buying Saturn software and mentioning the game Virtua Fighter 2. A reader from Osaka discusses initially not being impressed by PlayStation games, mentioning the SFC, Super Famicom, Super Nintendo, and how 4 MB games were considered large then, and questions why PlayStation games are not considered impressive graphically, stating they prefer Saturn games for now. One reader jokingly says that if they were a woman, they'd be too embarrassed to buy Angelique, implying it might be considered a game for girls. Another reader from Ajichi Prefecture talks about wanting to bring about 10 editors to a lodging next time. The page also includes a cartoon illustration depicting various scenarios related to game playing and opinions, including a discussion about PlayStation and Saturn, and the enjoyment of SEGA Saturn games. This issue of Reader Station Volume 2 features diverse reader submissions. One recounts the struggle to buy Virtua Fighter 2 on release. Another asks about optimal paper size for illustrations. The Ars theme discusses game collection using Crydrams, highlighting potential for expanded game worlds and limited edition items, using Sorcerian as an example. Enthusiast praises Panzer Dragoon Swi's story and voice acting, contrasting it with Dragon Force and expressing hope for a sequel. Completion degree questions the term's meaning in game reviews. The User's Claims section includes observations on vertical screen TVs for shooters, the rise of love comedy game narratives, and concerns about Hudson's PLG system potentially restricting gameplay to nighttime due to its connection with the Saturn's internal calendar. This page presents a collection of reader submissions and humorous content. The Sayings of the Day section offers amusing gamer observations like, "Characters are miserable," for easily made postcards, "Tap the stone bridge and buy a Saturn," suggesting now's the time to buy as prices won't drop further, and, "If Saturn is turned on, radio recedes," humorously noting radio interference when the console is on, making radio listening during gameplay difficult. There's a riddle section pondering about OMAKE, or game extras, and player opinions on them. A 4-panel manga theater offers a short gag comic strip, and similarly, there are other comic strips titled Part-Time Job and Mr. Refreshing, Temporary, all appearing to be lighthearted and comedic. In Reader's Soulful Brushstroke, readers share short, evocative phrases like melon wind flowing, small path walking, expressing love for Aichi, and spring dancing, beautiful scenery, capturing Tokyo. Another section titled, If Peach is Black, Can't Help But Laugh, seems to contain a reader comment about a game, mentioning humor and a somewhat sad experience due to limited space. Finally, the page talks about the Tsukuru series, specifically anticipating the second installment, which they hope will be F1 Racing Team Otsukuru, following the success of J-League Pro Soccer Club Otsukuru. The reader suggests features like famous F1 drivers and engine development for a deep management simulation, expressing excitement for the J.League-style gameplay in an F1 setting. Ars Gallery showcases fan art from Japanese readers. Komasa Asada, Tokyo, presents an evil face character. Hino Yoshihito, Ibaraki, features characters in a Megami Tensei style. Lee, Totori, depicts Akira from Virtua Fighter. Aki Hosoda, Tokyo, expresses love for Guardian Heroes characters. Ilm, Gunma, draws Dragon Force-esque characters in a unique style. Ringo-chan, Osaka, age 17, features a mysterious character. Kiryu Ryuro, Mie, age 19, creates a character with a striking gaze. Arai Makoto, Saitama, draws beautiful aquatic-themed art. Asakura Hidefumi, Tokyo, promotes Virtua Fighter Kids. Teru, Shizuoka, age 16, draws a blonde, elf-like character, potentially from Dragon Force. This page features several interesting sections from the magazine. The Sora-Gun's request section is asking readers for game ideas, with one example being a town development simulation, like SimCity but with more destruction. The Planning Shop Hanpost section presents a reader's game idea called The Police, a simulation where you manage a police force, including SWAT and anti-terrorist units, and deal with various international criminals. In This Is Useful, they are highlighting cordless headphones as a must-have item for gamers, especially for late-night play and enjoying sound effects without disturbing others. Gal's Free Zone introduces a middle school girl gamer who enjoys Bishoujo fighting games and reminisces about playing Virtua Fighter 2 with her younger brother. She expresses a desire for gentler, more accessible games and criticizes the limited female representation in fighting games. Submissions to Ars briefly mentioned sending fan art via postcards, which was detailed on the previous page. Item Obsession Star tells a story about a reader who went to buy a game but found it sold out, ending up buying Roadrunner Returns instead, and being surprised by how much they enjoyed it after so long. Lastly, Apology and Correction for issue 426 addresses errors in a previous issue, clarifying game titles like Monster Legend and Moonflower Beautiful Maiden, and correcting a page reference for a Capcom announcement. This page is a strategy guide section focused on a challenging map called World Advanced Wars, Soviet Edition Finale. This scenario, set between February and May 1945, emphasizes understanding your units to achieve victory step by step. The goal is to break through German lines and capture Berlin within 40 turns. The guide stresses the importance of knowing the strengths of Soviet units against German forces, mentioning units like the JS-2 heavy tank, Su-100 self-propelled gun, T-34-85 medium tank, and MiG-7 aircraft. Tactical advice includes targeting enemy weaknesses and strategic bridge bombings to limit enemy movement. Stats for various units are shown, highlighting unit roles and effectiveness in combat. Victory is achieved by destroying the German command headquarters within 40 turns, and defeat occurs if your own command headquarters is destroyed. The guide concludes by recommending players utilize the highlighted Soviet units to counter the German forces effectively. In Sega's Iron Steel Warfare Special Project section, developer Mr. Yasawa addresses fan inquiries. The Lancaster and Griffin units, originally planned, were cut due to map balancing, but remain on the game's CD. Polygon data limitations for ground weapons were due to side-view-focused unit designs, with hopes of expanding to aircraft and warships if interest grows. Poland is being considered for future scenarios. The developers are actively exploring historical event integration. This month's Operation File introduces the Black Bear scenario, focusing on a Soviet invasion. Strategic Advice emphasizes bridge security as crucial for both offense and defense. The General Staff Restaurant Room confirms Japanese submarines can transport weapons, citing Negumi Transport as an example. Finally, players are encouraged to submit content related to WA Great Strategy and Operation File for the Throwing Corner. Yamato Sawamura's column discusses his busy life and love for arcade games, especially crane games, which he uses for stress relief and prize collecting. He's so frequent at arcades that he's known as Cantor Masked Rose 2. Ken 1 Sigitu's Dob's favorite section introduces a Sega enthusiast involved in video clip direction. The page also highlights CD extra format music, Seeds, exemplified by Dora Kamu's La Van Limited, and Izumi Hirotaka's Labyrinth, which offer both audio and extra multimedia content compatible with CD-ROM devices. A small advertisement promotes a Blow live concert. This page presents Ikebukuro Salaryman Park Crash, a column where the writer humorously recounts his week, dominated by his love for Resident Evil, Biohazard, and Virtua Fighter 2. He describes his routine of playing Virtua Fighter 2 at the arcade and diving into Resident Evil at home to unwind after work, often leading to very late nights and disrupted sleep. He even mentions challenging himself in Resident Evil on hard mode. The column gives a glimpse into his daily life structured around his gaming habits. There's also a section called Messages to the Writers, with an address for readers to send letters to the Chaos editorial team. The Next Extreme Men's section features a comic strip discussing dating advice, pondering whether personality or looks are more crucial for attracting a partner. Finally, a small section with a photo advertises a Virtua Fighter 2 tournament in Ikebukuro in late April, inviting readers to join in the fun. The writer also reflects on game development, mentioning games like Victory Goal 96, Tsukai Sugorokuei, and Picatory Goal 96, and the balance between volume and gameplay depth based on player feedback. This page announces the grand opening of a new dedicated SEGA corner in the magazine, promising to deliver comprehensive Saturn information. It highlights various ways to access SEGA news, including the PC Van network service, Fax Club for audio news, and the JoyJoy telephone service for weekly updated information. There's a section discussing the strong sales of SEGA Saturn software at retail, mentioning flagship Demokshadroms, promoting Flash SEGA Saturn. The magazine will regularly report on top 6 titles. A Mega Drive Last Rush Fair is announced for May 5th at 12 p.m., encouraging people to revisit and enjoy Mega Drive games, suggesting there might be some hidden gems to discover at the event. The page also details SEGA Video Magazine, which started in '93, featuring monthly VHS tapes with 30 minutes of new game footage and information available for purchase, describing it as a way to see games in action before buying. Finally, there's a special giveaway for 5 lucky readers to win a Knights Super Premium telephone card as a commemorative item for the SEGA Corner launch. The magazine editors are eager to receive reader feedback and contributions like comments, questions, illustrations, and letters to further enhance the SEGA Saturn Corner. This page highlights several entries from the Super Game Anthology comic series, featuring manga adaptations of popular games. Included are Kishin Duji Zenki and its sequel, based on PlayStation titles, with the first focusing on the character Ellis, and considered a definitive edition. Guketsuji Ichizoku 2, known as Power Instinct 2, is also featured. Finally, Super Real Mahjong PV Paradise adapts the Real Mahjong series. Additionally, the page reviews the Koirakuin Gakuin RPG series, emphasizing its tabletop RPG world with diverse scenarios. 3 titles are mentioned. A sales section advertises SoftBank CD books, showcasing Memorial Drama CD and Fanbook, releases for titles like Langrisser 2, Phantasy Star, and the Phantasy Star Official Setting Data Collection, the latter including a special poster. This report from London covers Sega's ventures, including Sonic's appearance at the British Museum. A key highlight is the Megajet, a portable Mega Drive available on Japan Airlines flights, particularly in first and executive classes. The report also features Wagama, a trendy ramen shop in London, popular with long queues. The author then analyzes Sega Saturn game promotions, noting their less prominent display compared to PlayStation games, sparking curiosity about different disc technologies. A poster campaign using "It's No Joke" is highlighted. Finally, the report profiles Kazutoshi Otani, a technology writer born in 1958, involved in multimedia and corporate consulting, with an interest in portable navigation and digital cameras. The page provides a snapshot of Sega's marketing and cultural observations in London, emphasizing the Megajet, food trends, and Saturn game promotions. This page is an advertisement for the Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner sound file. It's a 2-disc soundtrack, set priced at 4,000 yen, set to release on June 1st. Disc 1 features the original game soundtrack with 40 tracks. Disc 2 contains arranged versions, specifically from the Devil Summoner game, with 8 tracks. The page highlights the game title prominently with stylized Japanese text, and uses kanji within diamond shapes: evil, demon, summon, invoke, and master, suggesting themes of the game and soundtrack. The image visually features a yin-yang symbol, a recurring motif in the Shin Megami Tensei series. It looks like a promotional page for fans of the game music. This page is all about the upcoming Dragon Ball Z game for the Sega Saturn. Dragon Ball Z, The Legend, is proclaiming legendary battles revived on Sega Saturn and features Goku, Gohan, and Krillin front and center, ready for action. They're calling it active playing animation, and it's slated for release in May, priced at 5,800 yen. The advert highlights that you can expect to relive the intense drama from the Saiyan saga right through to the Majin Buu saga, promising to completely recreate the excitement and thrills of the anime. They're boasting a huge roster of around 50 playable characters and polygon-based 3D action battles across vast fields, in full 8-directional movement, aiming to be the ultimate Dragon Ball experience on the Saturn. Plus, if you buy the game, you get a super premium material present campaign, which sounds like some kind of special bonus for early purchasers. It looks like a must-have for Dragon Ball fans on the Saturn. This page is showcasing the Sega Saturn game, Dragon Ball Z: The Legend, highlighting it as the complete and flawless Dragon Ball world. It emphasizes the large-scale multiplayer battles in 3D space, promising action that dynamically unfolds across vast fields. They're calling it Multiplayer 3D Space Auto Battle, where you fight alongside allies, and even feature a Z campaign mode, allowing players to create their own legends. The screenshots show in-game action, with various characters like Goku, Gohan, Krillin, fighting against the likes of Frieza and Cell, illustrating the chaotic and exciting battles they're promising to deliver in this Dragon Ball world. This page is showcasing a selection of game music soundtracks available from Polydor Records. It's highlighting impactful game music with a focus on Sega Saturn titles. At the top, we see soundtracks for Dragon Force, described as the cries of the Star Dragon Warriors, Gungriffon, with the tagline piercing through the battlefield with hot sounds, Panzer Dragoon Zwei, and Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner, advertised as a sound file for the Sound Demon World, Descent. Each of these are listed as original soundtracks with prices and release dates. Moving down, there are soundtracks for Fighting Vipers, promising battle sounds echoing in your ears, and Langrisser 2i, carving out legends with melodies. Carving out legends with melodies. On the right side, there's information about the Landlock original soundtrack, highlighting concept design by Saburuta Ishikawa for a video anime character, and mentioning it's the theme song for the anime Landlock. It also details radio broadcasts related to Landlock on radio programs. Finally, at the bottom, a now on sale banner precedes a list of other original soundtracks, including Beirut Dead Heat, Clockwork Knight, Pepperu Chow's Great Adventure, Magical Knight Rayearth, Riglord Saga, and World Advanced War, Iron Storm. All are listed as original soundtracks with prices. It finishes with CD release information and contact details for Polydor. This page is showcasing Disc Station Volume 10, a Cadrom compilation of 6 original games published by Compile, priced at 1,980 yen, and released on April 5th. The games featured include a popular adventure game called Applesauce, a role-playing game named Jinsei Torimonocho, which translates to Fantasy World Detective Story, and an excellent shooting game titled Rude Breaker. For action enthusiasts, there's the addictive Runner's High, along with the standard puzzle game Nazo Puyo, which fans will recognize as Puyo Puyo Puzzle, and finally a casual table game called Ore ga Kirifuda, or I Am Trump Card. At the bottom, there is also an advertisement for the 1996 edition of Madu Daisen, a SoftBank MOOC. This is described as the official Compile encyclopedia for the Madu Monogatari and Puyo Puyo series, promising an enjoyable and informative all-color edition that's currently on sale for 1,500 yen. This encyclopedia seems like a great resource for fans wanting to delve deeper into the Puyo Puyo universe. Sega Saturn Magazine's SNK World 96 features Neo Geo game news. Metal Slug promises classic run-and-gun action with updated scrolling and a July release. Real Samurai Spirits Bushido Kenden, Samurai Showdown, is hyped as a dramatic RPG adventure with over 200 event scenes,
branching storylines, and character interaction. The magazine includes reader feedback, one section focusing on samurai spirits, and another on in-game romance, potentially related to King of Fighters Athena. Strongest Neo Geo Gamer Road provides gameplay tips for Athena, Asamiya, and Kensuke, detailing special moves, attack strategies, and advanced combos for fighting game players, specifically for King of Fighters. Finally, Address is Here offers fan interaction details, autographs, and information on King of Fighters 95 merchandise.
Capcom announces the Capcom Friendly Club, offering membership benefits. A Victor Love mini-lecture provides fighting game strategy, likely for Darkstalkers. Dungeons & Dragons: Shadow over Mystara is coming to home consoles, highlighting its co-op gameplay. An art contest invites fan submissions for D&D illustrations. Fan art submissions, specifically Vampire Hunter themed, are showcased. A Capcom column apologizes for a change of plans, acknowledging fan letters and anticipation for future interactions. The page concludes with a "Hello, Capcom Letter Corner,"
encouraging fan mail submissions with provided contact information.
This page celebrates the positive reception of Treasure's Guardian Heroes, focusing on the seal art presentation revealed in Volume 5. Development lead Han-san thanks fans for their enthusiastic feedback and discusses game design choices. The team aimed for replayability through freely controllable characters like Selena and monsters, alongside features like an easy mode and a wide character roster. They prioritized visually exciting battles, even in crowded settings, and balanced difficulty for both new and experienced players. The Versus mode, with 3D stages, features characters like Manon, Lucia, and King Valgar. Han-san highlights the design philosophy, emphasizing heaven-defying magic power and stunning visuals. The article showcases action-packed gameplay, RPG elements, multi-scenario structure, and 6-player multiplayer. Priced at 5,800 yen with a January 26th release, the game aims for a user-friendly design, addressing balance and ensuring enjoyment for all players. The team expresses gratitude for fan support and anticipation for future updates. Game developers provide updates. Asmik is developing new titles after Puzzle Boy Hunter. Arc System Works is creating new games after Wizards Harmony. Ultron's RoboPit races are popular. Exegzo Development is working on Thunder and Road. Compile attends the Flower Festival and mentions a racing event. Sunsoft delivers prizes for Albert Odyssey Gaiden. Nazca is working on new content for SEGA Saturn Lazenshi, and a new puzzle shooting game, Pain Relief Slot Shooting. SkySync Systems' Kururin Pa is nearing a July release. Takara focuses on DX human life games, like 5 Disgraced Lifemen.
Bantam International is working in home computing.
Bandai Visual's Assault/Crush is due in June. Micronetwork's new Mahjong software is in development. Mizuki's Lupin III The Master File sold out quickly. Media Entertainment mentions future projects. License Space is collecting questions for advertising. This page is a schedule of new software releases for the Sega Saturn. It's laid out like a table organized by release date, then lists the game title, price, the maker or publisher, the genre, and compatibility notes. You can see releases starting from late April and stretching all the way to November. Looking through April, there's a mix of genres like RPGs, adventure games, shooting, and even some tabletop-style games. Titles like Thor Spirit King Chronicle, Idle Air Suite, and Revolution X are listed. May has games like Tokimeki, Mahjong Graffiti, Year-End Angel Edition, and Super Real Mahjong P7. June includes Moonlight Shadow Story Toriko, Kikuchi Kaikan's New Real Mahjong, and Clockwork Knight. July features Gameware Volume 2, Langrisser 2i, and Air Management DD Wings of Lorelei. August has titles like New Kururin Pa, Sega Ages, Afterburner, and Dark Savior.
September lists Sakura Wars and 3D Ultra Pinball.
October includes Sega Ages Outrun, and November shows Sega Ages Thunder Force AC and Earthworm Jim 2. The table also includes symbols and notes at the bottom, explaining the genre abbreviations, and compatibility details like controller types and age ratings. Overall, it gives a good overview of the upcoming Sega Saturn games for several months, showing a steady stream of releases across various game styles. The Sega Saturn's summer lineup includes the aquatic adventure Aquazone, RPG, Albert Odyssey Gaiden, and beat 'em up Die Hard Arcade. Other summer releases include Puzzle Bobble 2X, Cobra 2, Nights into Dreams, Magical Drop 2, and Nightruth No. 1. Autumn brings Enemy Zero and Tecmo Super Bowl, with winter featuring Street Fighter Alpha 2. Year-end releases for '96 include World Heroes Perfect and Cotton 2, followed by Guardian Force in '97. Undated releases encompass fighting games like Cyberbots and Marvel Superheroes, along with action titles like Mega Man X4 and Tomb Raider. Strategy and simulation games include Master of Monsters and Tactics Ogre, plus Fantastic Step, Dungeon Master, and Legend of Galactic Heroes. The editorial discusses release date impacts on pricing, bonus items, and highlights Tetris S.
Future content includes special illustrations and arcade game popularity.
The next page is a reader questionnaire postcard for SEGA Saturn Magazine. It's designed to gather feedback from readers about their demographics, gaming preferences, and opinions on the magazine's content. Readers are asked for their age, gender, occupation, and what SEGA Saturn hardware and software they own. There are questions asking about which gaming magazines they read and their thoughts on articles in the current issue. Table 1 lists the articles in this issue, covering games like Enemy Zero, Street Fighter 02, Cyberbots, Marvel Superheroes, and Tetris S, which were mentioned in the previous editorial as highlights. The page also includes two long lists, a hard list and a soft list. The hard list seems to be a catalog of various game consoles and hardware from that era, including not just Sega Saturn and its add-ons, but also competitors like PlayStation, Nintendo 64, and older systems. The soft list is a massive collection of game titles, and I can spot many familiar names like Aquazone, Albert Odyssey, Guardian Force, Tetris S, Daytona USA, Virtua Fighter, Virtua Cop, Sonic Wings, Street Fighter, Knights, Panzer Dragoon, Radiant Silvergun, Lunar, Clockwork Knight, Burning Rangers, Deep Fear, and Wipeout, showing a wide range of games available or anticipated for the Sega Saturn. Essentially, this page is all about engaging with the readers and getting their input on the magazine and the Saturn gaming scene. This page looks like a retail advertisement from a store called Santa, and it's packed with games and hardware for sale. It's very similar to the lists from the previous page, but this is a specific store offering. You can see sections dedicated to Sega Saturn software, Wonder Mega games, and a wide variety of peripherals and accessories. For the Saturn games, there are tons listed covering many genres. I spot titles like Cyberbots, various Street Fighter games including Street Fighter Alpha 2, Marvel Superheroes, Tetris, and many more. It's a massive list of games with prices next to each. They also have a section for Wonder Mega games, and various add-ons like RAM cartridges for extra memory, different types of controllers, and even cables. It seems like a one-stop shop for anyone wanting to get into or expand their Sega Saturn setup back in the day. This page is basically a game and hardware price list from Santa, a store that was clearly catering to Sega fans. This page is a job advertisement from a company called Winkysoft. They are seeking various game development roles, including game programmers, game designers, both 3D CG and 2D dot designers, and sound engineers. Here, they're looking for experienced individuals, especially those with KISC language skills and 32-bit game development experience. For designers, they emphasize fundamental art skills and experience with image and design software. Sound engineers should be proficient in sampling and rhythm-based music creation. Winkysoft highlights their work on the Super Robot Wars series, specifically mentioning Masukishin and Super Robot Wars 4. They suggest that working at their company means you might be using cutting-edge machines, listing platforms like Pentium 150 MHz, Indigo 2, Impact, and SparkStation 20, indicating they are serious about development technology. They also boast that their CG environment is top tier in the game industry, and that their passion for game development is number one, even claiming their juice consumption is also top tier, offering unlimited juice. The ad lists working conditions, like hours, salary, benefits including bonuses based on performance, and holidays. They are seeking applicants aged 20 to 30 and require a resume with a photo. It seems like a great opportunity for anyone wanting to join a well-established game development studio known for popular strategy RPGs in Japan. Creative Human, a SEGA Saturn game specialist, is advertising its extensive business hours and 24-hour fax order service. The advert focuses on May's new SEGA Saturn game releases, listing titles like Defcon 5, Dark Savior, and Dragon Ball Z, alongside their prices. Special discounted prices are offered for Metal Black, a Gradius-style shooter, and Tokimeki Memorial Forever With You, a romance simulation game. The advert also features a categorized list of SEGA Saturn games by genre and price, including RPGs, action games, and more. A section for consoles, hardware, and accessories is included. Finally, the advert promotes GameSoul merchandise featuring Sonic and Virtua Fighter characters, offering clothing items such as trainers, t-shirts, parkas, and caps. This page focuses on Langrisser 2 and its characters, specifically Riffany. There is a mock interview with Riffany where she introduces herself, stating she is 16 years old and lives in Larkus, Rarcasia, and enjoys reading. She mentions being called Riffany and asks to be treated kindly. The interview touches on her hobbies, her personality, and some playful banter there. There's also a section announcing a scenario contest for Langrisser 2i, encouraging readers to submit their own scenarios. Prizes include having your name in the game's staff credits. A Messiah on Reco Corner answers fan questions, including one about the relationship between Chris, Liana, and Sophia, explaining their connection as sisters in the game's lore, clarifying their roles and importance. Finally, there's a reader submission section, with messages and comments from fans, and also an address for readers to send in their own contributions to the magazine. This page showcases the SEGA Saturn game Birth Debut S, and it's presented as a diary called Kuma-chan's Picture Diary, hinting that being an idol is not a walk in the park. We get to see snippets of Kuma-chan's idol life through these diary entries. Starting in February, on the 21st, she's competing against another girl called Yumi-chan in a disco competition, described as Sexy Dynamite. A few days later, on the 25th, she's doing a photo shoot in a swimsuit for a photo book, and apparently, the staff were worn out. Moving to April 28th, Kumi-chan is doing a supermarket appearance in the countryside, singing her songs, but it seems the kids weren't too interested. By June 30th, she's on TV for the first time and was super nervous but did well. Apparently, there was a big accident that she had to report on. In August, on the 25th, there's an idol swimsuit competition. Kumi-chan says she gave it her all but lost, and she's determined to win next time. Finally, in October, on the 27th, she's back on TV for her second appearance, this time in a detective drama, which she thought was really cool. The game Birth Debut S is a SEGA Saturn exclusive and is slated for release in May, priced at 6,800 yen. It looks like a fun glimpse into the life of an idol. This page focuses on the action RPG Thor, Legend of Oasis, where the player, as Leon, must gather spirits essential to gameplay. These spirits, like Deito and Ifrit, fight alongside the protagonist and aid in overcoming obstacles. The goal is to befriend and utilize their powers. The article explains how spirit powers enhance weapons and are crucial for puzzle solving and navigating the game world. Treasures are found to augment weapons with elemental abilities, as exemplified by Ifrit's fire powers and Deito's water powers. Screenshots showcase these abilities in action. The page also suggests interaction with villagers is necessary for progress. In a developer interview, Kobayashi Kazunori, the game's developer, notes the game's near completion, expresses excitement for the release, and anticipates a challenging experience for players. This page continues focusing on Thor, Legend of Oasis, and gives tips on how to defeat the bosses in the early stages up to stage 3. The article mentions that each boss possesses spirit power and introduces strategies for 2 bosses, Undine from the Water Shrine and Ogre Tank from the Fire Shrine. For Undine, the Water Shrine boss, the article highlights her 3 attack patterns, including wave attacks and ring-shaped projectiles. The strategy is to anticipate Undine's shadow when she lands after jumping, and move away, then jump to avoid the waves. For ring projectiles, it is suggested to hit them back with a short sword or evade them as they are slow. Water bullet attacks are mentioned as not very damaging, and jump kicks are recommended as a good way to attack. Moving on to Ogre Tank, the Fire Shrine boss. It's described as having something like a face on its tank-like body. The article warns about a spear-like iron mouth that appears, urging caution. Ogre Tank rotates and uses fire-based attacks. It's mentioned that with Deito's help, which is the water spirit, defeating Ogre Tank should be manageable. The strategy against Ogre Tank is emphasized as jump kicks, stating, "As expected, the rhythm is jump kicks." It's noted that fire damage can be received, but jump kicks are effective for a quick victory. The Thor, Legend of Oasis guide continues with boss strategies and trap advice. The first boss, Beru Berupu, a stationary plant, should have its tentacles destroyed first before attacking its main body. Using the Ifrit spirit makes this fight much easier. The guide then focuses on traps. It emphasizes the importance of carefully checking for switches and hidden clues. Useful items are often found near traps, so thorough exploration is crucial. Players should examine shelves, tables, and floor buttons. The guide stresses that hints are essential for solving traps.
Players should talk to villagers, read signboards, and examine stone tablets for clues. Specifically, spirit ball statues must be hit with a spirit ball first to interact with them and obtain information. This page features an interview with the development staff of Ancients, the creators known for Thor, Legend of Oasis. The interview is focused on their new game, Ancient Park Special. It features insights from 3 key members: Yuzo Koshiro, discussing sound production; Ayano Koshiro, talking about graphics; and Uchimura, covering planning and programming. Yuzo Koshiro explains, the game's music is designed to evoke emotion and excitement, similar to movie soundtracks. Ayano Koshiro discusses the graphics, mentioning the shift from 3D models to 2D art during development, and the challenges of character animation. She also touches upon level design, aiming for maps that feel both expansive and manageable. Uchimura talks about the programming aspects, including the system design and debugging process. He mentions the effort put into optimizing SIDROM access and managing game difficulty. The page also highlights hidden face puzzle elements within the game, and a time attack challenge contest. Players are encouraged to find hidden rooms and mini-games within the game, and a time attack event with prizes is being held, challenging players to complete a particular section quickly. The game seems to be designed with replayability in mind, offering hidden elements and time-based challenges to keep players engaged. Screenshots show an action platformer with a character navigating levels and battling enemies. This page is all about the upcoming game, Nohara Hospital People. It seems like it's a highly anticipated title, especially since it's continuing the story from the last issue. They are highlighting the branching narrative and encouraging players to explore and discover the hidden stories within the game, using the included flowchart as a guide. Interestingly, the page boasts a completion 100% mark, confirming the game is finished and ready to go. It's listed as an adventure game from Elf, priced at 6,800 yen, and rated for players 18 years and older. The magazine mentions it received great feedback from readers, and even ranked 3rd place in anticipation. They playfully call it a super heart adventure, and hint that it might be Elf's final X-rated title, which is definitely intriguing. Moving on to the screenshots. Scene 13 is titled, Endless Mystery, Never-Ending Search, and shows what looks like an investigation unfolding, with characters discussing missing keys and strange happenings. There's a rather dark line from one character, asking if someone is planning to commit suicide by jumping. Scene 14 is titled, The Existence of the Underground Room, Confined Fury, and takes a darker turn. We see a character bound and seemingly imprisoned in an underground room. The scene is quite dramatic, with cries for help and mentions of confinement, suggesting a very intense and perhaps disturbing storyline is unfolding in Nonohara Hospital People. It definitely seems like Elf is aiming for a mature and suspenseful adventure. This page continues the preview of the upcoming adventure game, Nonohara Hospital People. We are diving into more of the game's storyline through 3 new scenes. Scene 15, titled, What is the Worry that Chisato Holds?, explores the anxieties of the character Chisato. It seems she's troubled, especially with the hospital director frequently visiting her room late at night. The text suggests she feels uneasy and is trying to figure out the real reason behind these visits. Scene 16 is called Truth of the Collection Point, Death of Akiko, and takes a much darker turn. We learn about Akiko's diary, containing a significant secret, discovered at a garbage collection point by Rimaru and others. This diary reveals the truth behind Akiko's sudden death, hinting at foul play
and a disturbing atmosphere within the hospital, possibly involving the hospital director. Finally, Scene 17, Who is the Beloved Prince?, introduces another layer of mystery. After Akiko's death, the focus shifts to finding the Prince Charming and uncovering the truth. There's a disturbing image showing a girl being injected with a syringe, suggesting a sinister element, and perhaps linking to the character Rimaru's actions after Akiko's death. It appears Rimaru is closing in on the truth and the identity of this Prince Charming figure, hinting at a dramatic climax. This page explains the branching gameplay of Nonohara Hospital People, using flowcharts to represent player choices. Choices marked with letters direct the player to different scenes, or back to the same choice for further exploration. Key elements include sudden bad endings, in Chart 1, failing to give Ryoko a tissue, and Chart 4, incorrect answers to Rieko's questions. Quick routes are provided for faster gameplay, such as Asi in Chart 1. The Chisato and Rieko, What Would You Do? Scenario in Chart 3.E allows players to choose between spending time with Chisato or Rieko, impacting the story progression. Subsequent scenes and information gained are affected by this crucial choice. The page details Chart 1, set in the janitor's office with choices about phone calls. Chart 2 is in your own room, featuring choices around fire, escape, and interactions with other patients, including a disturbing scenario. Both charts map out choices and their consequences. This page continues the gameplay guide for Nonohara Hospital People, using more flowcharts. Chart 3 details scenarios in locations like your room, the lobby, and the nurse center. Here, your choices in conversations and actions branch the story to different scenes, indicated by letters. Chart 4 moves the action mainly to the director's room, focusing on question and answer scenarios. It highlights that incorrect answers in this chart can lead to sudden bad endings, adding a layer of risk to your choices. Chart 5 revisits your room, and also includes scenarios in the director's room. This chart appears to revolve around more questions and choices tied to the characters and events unfolding in the game, guiding you through deeper narrative branches. These flowcharts are all about showing you how your decisions shape the story as you navigate the hospital and interact with its peculiar inhabitants. This page introduces Wizardry Vi and V2 Complete for the Sega Saturn, highlighting it as an RPG experience accessible to both PC and console gamers. It's presented as a title that is easy to grasp for Japanese RPG fans, while retaining the depth and appeal of overseas RPGs. The game is stated to be about a month from release, and is currently 85% complete, with developers expressing confidence and excitement for its launch, targeting both longtime Wizardry fans and newcomers. The page then dives into the unique battle system of Wizardry, showing examples of battle start, direct battle, casting magic, and defense. It emphasizes strategic choices in combat, such as using physical attacks or magic, and the importance of defense. A Wizardry 1-point lecture section provides gameplay tips. Firstly, it points out the skill-based character development system, where mastering job-specific skills is crucial for efficient progress. Secondly, it advises players to build a balanced party from the start, focusing on leveling up and harmonizing offensive and defensive capabilities. Lastly, it explains the armor class system, which is slightly unconventional in Wizardry, as not equipping armor actually provides a +1/0 bonus to your defense value, contrary to typical RPG conventions where armor always improves defense. The page uses screenshots to showcase dungeon exploration, battle scenes, and character customization menus, giving a visual taste of the game. The Sega Saturn version of Wizardry Vi and V2 Complete offers several enhancements. It features an original opening movie, mapping capabilities, and graphical upgrades including full-screen display and polygon walls. The games offer branching narratives with multiple endings, particularly in Wizardry Sick, BCF, influenced by player choices tied to events 120 years prior, and The Cosmic Forge. Wizardry V2 CDs focuses on acquiring the Astral Domine, with starting points potentially altered by the ending of BCF, amidst the threat of the Dark Savant. Character interaction is emphasized, along with the ability to transfer characters between games, preserving progress. Players have freedom in job selection and can build and transfer entire parties. The game showcases deep character growth, promising a comprehensive and definitive experience of these classic RPGs. This page is all about the Devil Summoner database software for the Sega Saturn. It's highlighted as a database software release right after the game Devil Summoner on the Sega Saturn. The page features an interview with the famous demon illustrator, Kazuma Kaneko, discussing the creation of the demons for the game and this database. The database itself is described as containing around 300 demons, rendered in high resolution, even better looking than in the game itself. It's packed with information on demon characteristics, stats, backgrounds, and even how to fuse them. Kaneko in the interview mentions that creating the demons for the database software allowed them to show more detail than was possible in the game due to hardware limitations at the time. He talks about focusing on details in demon designs like facial features, clothing, and accessories. He also reveals his favorite demons are Hachiman and Barong, and discusses how demon designs are inspired by deities and myths from various cultures, referencing Sumerian and Egyptian mythology. There are screenshots of the database interface and some of the beautiful high-resolution demon artwork that players can expect to see. It's pitched as a must-have for Devil Summoner fans who want to delve deeper into the lore and art of the game's demons. The Devil's Den software, a database for the Devil Summoner series, promises comprehensive demon information. It boasts data on approximately 300 demons with high-resolution graphics, zooms, and slideshow functions. Developers, nicknamed Mosman and Riri and Nancy, discuss specific demon designs and lore, including Mosman's eerie bird-like appearance and Lishan Nancy's Gnostic origins. The design team, led by Kaneko for coloring, collaborated to create Goldie-style illustrations suitable for large displays. The team meticulously chose official demon names, utilizing the talents of numerous staff members. Early purchasers of Devil's Den receive an exclusive iron-on patch and a chance to win one of 100 demon figures, Mosman, Leon Nancy, and the 20 cm Demiorgos. The software is geared to dedicated fans who want to learn all about the world of the games. This page is all about FIDA, the Emblem of Justice remake for the Sega Saturn. It's a simulation RPG that's finally complete after a long wait. The page emphasizes the deep and engaging gameplay, moving away from simpler recent games. They highlight character designer Tamaki's style and the profound storyline. It introduces two key characters, Brian Stelbart and Aine McDegigal, describing them as warriors who shaped the story. We learn that Brian is questioning his allegiance to his country and lord, leading him to rebel after a military tribunal. The story follows his life. The page then dives into the FIDA basic system, showing gameplay screenshots. It explains how battles work. You decide the unit's destination on the area map, engage enemies, and then enter battle maps. Victory is achieved by defeating all enemies, unless mission conditions dictate otherwise. Battle maps are turn-based, with allies and enemies taking actions. Screenshots show various actions and effects, including normal attacks, magic, and special techniques like mind power. They emphasize the different attack ranges and tactics involved. Essentially, it's a preview showcasing the storyline setup, key characters, and a glimpse into the tactical battle system of FIDA Remake. FIDA, the Emblem of Justice remake, explores Brian's journey after deserting the military. The game features two key areas with recruitable characters. The Price of Infamy introduces Brian to the Liberation Army, along with Doma Steel, Ellis Woodland, Elnos Blizzardwind, and Aine McDegigal. Devil's Banquet sees Brian battling his former superior and rescuing experiment victims, adding Chris Partridge, Jessica Wildhawk, Lloyd Baumwolf, and Ryokun to the party. A central mechanic is the Libra value, influencing character alignments, neutral, law, or chaos, and relationships based on mission choices. These alignments impact interactions and the ending, with law or chaos alignments suggested for a significant narrative experience. The game categorizes recruitable characters by these alignment types, implying they'll join based on player choices. This guide offers strategies for the challenging stages 3 and 4 of the shooting game Dodonpachi, published by Atlas and featuring two-player simultaneous play. The article targets players aiming for a full clear, particularly focusing on score attack, which the reviewer finds incredibly fun. Newcomers are advised to practice in Stage 1 with the Smuk-type aircraft, aiming for 1,000,000 points by maintaining combos. Stage 3, set in a port, involves battles against land, sea, and air enemies, including battleships, trains, and tanks. The boss is a heavily armed land battleship, which players should attack from the front, being mindful of its firepower. Stage 4 shifts to an aerial setting, with numerous flying enemies, described as long and brutally difficult. The boss consists of 2 aircraft, and the strategy is to focus on taking them down one at a time. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn version of Venus Tanju Debut, which is currently 95% complete. It boasts a brand new original song and promises to be a very different experience from previous versions, offering something completely fresh. The page highlights that this is an idol training simulation game, and the reviewer seems impressed, stating it's unlike other training games and has a unique charm. The opening song is titled Venus Tanju, and the article mentions it features over 1,200 animation frames and plays in the opening cinematic. Apparently, the PC Engine version had 3 vocal songs, and the Saturn version expands this to a whopping 22 songs including instrumentals, with 10 brand new songs added just for this release. We also get introductions to 4 of the main characters: Ito Ayaki, Fujimura Shiori, Tanaka Hiromi, and Fushimi Murasaki, each with their profile details like birthday, blood type, height, weight, and measurements. They are all aspiring idols, and the descriptions touch upon their personalities and dreams. For example, Ito Ayaki is described as energetic and proactive, while Tanaka Hiromi is seen as cute and childish, but with hidden potential. This page delves deeper into the idol training aspects of Venus Tanju Debut on SEGA Saturn, focusing on scheduling and rivalries. It highlights the demanding lesson schedule from Monday to Saturday, and how players, as managers, must arrange these lessons. The page explains there are different manager types to choose from, which impacts gameplay. We see examples of weekly schedules including vocal training, dance practice, and recording sessions. A key feature emphasized is the presence of 7 debuting rivals, with a specific focus on 3 of them, who will constantly challenge the player's idol. The game stresses the importance of these rivals in creating a competitive and engaging experience. We get introductions to 3 rival idols: Kogure Yuka, a 17-year-old with the song Light and Shadow; Rin Rei, a 15-year-old from China singing Spring Rain; and Kasaki Kyoko, a 17-year-old performing Lonely Shout. Each profile includes basic stats like birthday, blood type, height, weight, and measurements. The page hints at the dynamic rivalries and challenges players can expect to face in this Saturn edition. This section of the Venus Tanju Debut Guide details the demanding life of aspiring idols, even on supposed days off. It covers managing your idol's schedule, including navigating rivalries. The game features 2 key rivalry events: quiz battles, testing general knowledge, and Juliama battles, judged on stage performance and appeal. Success in these battles is vital for advancement. The text also mentions deepening relationships with presents, suggesting gift-giving as a gameplay mechanic. Finally, the guide introduces 4 rival idols: Narusawa Mikan, Honda Mizuzu, Kusunoki Shinobu, and Ayase Miharu, providing their age, birthplace, physical characteristics, and catchphrases, hinting at their distinct personalities and potential challenges. Venus Tanju Debut offers a glimpse into the daily life of an idol, going beyond scheduled work to include special events. Players build their idol's skills through 5 job types: photobook shoots, recordings, movie shoots, and concerts, each with a difficulty ranking from C to A, tied to skills like appeal, voice, acting, and charm. Progressing through these jobs requires developing skills. The game acknowledges the pressures of the entertainment industry. Maintaining a pure image is crucial, and players will face the challenges of scandals, managed by the player or the rivals. Dealing with rivals adds a competitive element, potentially involving battles and image management. Success hinges on skill development, image control, and navigating the competitive landscape. Venus Tanju Debut on SEGA Saturn chronicles an idol's 2-year journey to fame. Year 1, Foundation and Effort, emphasizes career building with events like department store shows, local promotions, commercial filming, and competitions. The goal is the Idol Newcomer Award. Year 2, Flight and Blooming, focuses on achieving peak success. Highlights include media scrutiny, Idol Rush Report, a haiku battle, another commercial shoot, historical drama themed, a relay race, Idol Ekiden, and a TV drama appearance. The ultimate aim is winning the Idol Grand Prize, representing the pinnacle of the idol's career. The game features varied activities, promoting the idol's growth in a competitive entertainment landscape. This page focuses on Darius 2 for the SEGA Saturn, highlighting its impressive 95% completion score in development. The page positions Darius 2 as a journey in search of the origin of life, delving into a natural world dynamism that deeply resonates with players. It mentions the game's roots in arcade gaming and its faithful recreation on the Saturn, emphasizing its side-scrolling shooting gameplay. The page then delves into the zone select system, explaining that choosing one route means abandoning others, creating a branching narrative structure. Screenshots show the zone selection screen and gameplay, highlighting zones like Sun, Mercury, Venus, and Moon, each with a short description hinting at their environments and challenges. For example, the Sun zone is described as high temperature and pressure with plasma reaction enemies, while the Moon zone is described as having a surface similar to Earth's moon with craters and mysteries. This page delves deeper into the world of Darius 2, still referring to it as Darius 2, which seems to be its development title. It highlights the game's stage settings across different planets. Stage 5 is Earth, described as a high-altitude civilization society left in ruins after a great flood and nuclear war, evoking imagery of Sodom and Gomorrah. Stage 6 is Mars, presented as a dry and angry landscape, mentioning the planet's giant volcano Olympus Mons and the possibility of past Martian life. Stage 7 moves to Jupiter, described as a gas giant with a vast liquid metallic hydrogen ocean, and raises the question of whether new life can emerge from a place that was once considered the origin of creation. The text references the Velikovsky theory in relation to Jupiter, suggesting its fiery nature and potential for immense life forms, hinting at the final stage being set here with powerful bosses. The page also elaborates on the zoom system, a feature in the Saturn version of Darius 2. It explains that this system recreates the arcade version's wide dual-screen display on a standard TV by dynamically zooming the screen in 5 levels. This allows players to see a wider field of view or zoom in for detail and easier gameplay, offering both strategic advantages and visual fidelity, essentially allowing players to adjust the view for their playstyle and visual preference. Screenshots demonstrate the different zoom levels and their impact on the gameplay view. This page is a preview for the upcoming action game, Hair Pentagram, announcing it's nearly complete at 90% and will be released soon by Victor Entertainment on May 17th. It's showcasing the final stages of development as the game heads towards release. The page focuses on gameplay mechanics, highlighting that this is an action game where items are important. It introduces the main character, Ranma-chen, who can perform various actions like jumping, attacking with weapons, picking up and throwing objects. The controls are explained, emphasizing customizable buttons and dash movements. Several gameplay actions are detailed with screenshots, such as jump, which can be adjusted by holding the button longer for higher jumps. It also introduces items like Heat Sea, Thunder River, Burning Car, and Barrel, explaining they can be used as weapons by throwing them at enemies. The page also hints at item interactions, suggesting that some items might be used for switches and other actions. Overall, it's an introductory guide to the game's core mechanics and action elements, preparing players for its imminent release. This page continues the preview of Hair Pentagram and is focused on the first episode, titled, It's the Kokugi-kan, Okasan. The first episode is broken down into 4 sections. The first section is set in Mount Chichibu, where Drive Pond's lost treasure map leads the character. The second section takes place in an underground cave, which is now an elevator leading to the underground. The third section is set near the Sumida riverbank, and Dr. Hone is also making nearby roads. The final section is at the Kokugi-kan, a sumo stadium. This page introduces several characters. Yamatai Himiko, a descendant of Himiko of Yamatai country, is introduced as the main character who is righteous and fights evil in the first episode and onwards. Pochi is introduced as a dragon-like friend, who seems to be a companion to the main character, and sleeps in a box usually. The first boss character is also revealed as Musashi Sakaimaru, a Daruma doll that guards the Kokugi-kan. The page mentions that in the shooting stages, items will appear, and collecting hit or higher rank items is important for getting high scores. That also details the boss fight against Musashi Sakaimaru, explaining how to dodge his attacks by dashing and then counterattacking. The page suggests to be careful of the boss's attacks, and to utilize the dash effectively. Hair Pentagram's second episode, Mystery of the Underground Kingdom, features 2 main areas, the Rat Kingdom and the Cat Shrine. The Rat Kingdom is a vehicle-based, magma-filled underground area,
The Cat Shrine involves catching dolls and battling flying mecha, requiring strategic bomb use. Gameplay advice suggests jumping into the fray when surrounded. A grade-up item, Tetsu Cannon, is also mentioned. 2 new characters are introduced. Eboshipan, a helpful acquaintance, and Tetsu Cannon, the upgraded boss with super armor and giant onigiri attacks. Finally, a character profile for Suma from Delinquent Blitzkrieg Squad Mecha Encyclopedia reveals a calm ecologist who pilots a UFO-type aircraft.
Amusement park is full of danger. In Hair Pentagram features 3 stages. The amusement park offers a roller coaster ride with tanuki enemies and danger marks, with the risk of being thrown off the rails. Following that is the aquarium, where you battle underwater foes like crabs, pufferfish, and a giant octopus using directional shots. An air bubble protects you from damage, allowing treasure exploration.
The final stage is the Haunted House, which contains the Menreiki mask boss in 3 forms. Jump and stomp on the masks, collect face parts, and utilize taco projectiles for counterattacks. High scores in this episode unlock a CG image. Future episodes will include treasure hunting, with a goal of collecting 6 treasures to unlock something special for Ranma-chan.
This page is about DEFCON 5, a game where you are tasked with automating an unmanned base within a 48-hour time limit, or your escape spaceship will leave without you. The game casts you as the protagonist, an experienced individual in charge of base management. The setting revolves around mining and establishing a crucial urban center connected to a mine, specifically mine MRP6F. Transportation within the base is handled by the limo system, a vital lifeline for moving around. The page also details various equipment and game parameters, such as life points, ammo cartridges, and the use of turrets for defense. It also touches on different levels within the base, including residential areas, control rooms, and service levels for food production. The game appears to be a simulation RPG, where you have to strategically manage resources and time to complete your mission before the deadline. Conquering DEFCON 5 requires 3 crucial steps: exploration, software control, and escape. The first involves navigating the complex MRP6F, a challenging 3D environment without an in-game map. Players must piece together the truth while staying aware of their location and evading alien threats. Next, mastering software control is vital, particularly understanding the VOS system to control base functions like deploying turrets. Finally, surviving Map 6F involves caution. Key survival tips include anticipating surprise attacks, avoiding security droids, observing leader enemy movements, and treating elevators with extreme care. Combat droids are suggested for tough enemies in tight spaces. This guide provides essential strategies for navigating the game's challenges. Lifescape. 4 Billion Years of Life's Journey, a SEGA Saturn game, explores the origins and evolution of life, starting from primordial Earth. The Aquasphere chapter focuses on the journey from the sea to the land. Players witness the emergence of bacteria, the evolution of fish, and the transition to land-based creatures. The game includes sections like the Drana Lab, Bacteria Lab, Cambrian Lab, and Ancient Fish Lab, offering insights into different stages of life's development. Lifescape features a Drana generator for creating new life, along with keyword and card modes. It also includes a digital movie playback function. The game is set to release on May 17th for 6,800 yen, published by EDU. It's a single-player experience aimed to be both educational and engaging. This page examines the SEGA Saturn game, Lifescape, 4 Billion Years of Life's Journey, focusing on 3 labs. The Bacteria Lab explores the origins of life, detailing cyanobacteria, the formation of nucleated cells, and simulating cell evolution. The Cambrian Lab showcases the Cambrian explosion, introducing creatures like Hallucigenia and Opabinia through Cambrian survival gameplay. The Ancient Fish Lab highlights fish evolution, featuring Arandaspis and Chirolepis, and the transition to land, with gameplay centered on guiding ancient fish towards terrestrial life. The game provides an interactive and educational experience across these key evolutionary periods. This page is dedicated to the SEGA Saturn game, Dragon Ball Z: The Legend, highlighting it as a grand Dragon Ball tale playable on the Saturn. The article emphasizes the game faithfully recreates the world of Dragon Ball Z, allowing players to experience intense battles within a 3D space, boasting over 50 playable characters. It mentions the game is designed to bring the anime's thrilling fights to life, with polygon graphics and special moves. The article points out a chain hit attack system, emphasizing strategic combat and power balance management during fights. There's a section on character selection which seems to be a key feature, showcasing a roster including Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Gohan, with the player able to choose their fighters before each episode and battle. It also highlights a HI Connect system for combo attacks, showing a sequence of screenshots illustrating how to execute continuous attacks against opponents. The page includes details such as a release date of May 24th, a price of 5,800 yen, and notes it as a playing anime action game for 12 players. This page showcases the game Tokimeki Mahjong Graffiti Year-End Angels for the SEGA Saturn, pitching it as the highly anticipated second installment in the Tokimeki Date Mahjong series. It's packed with service for fans, focusing on dating elements with 3 charming classmate sisters. The game boasts a date mode, which is described as being anime-like and scroll-based, suggesting interactive story elements alongside Mahjong. They highlight that if you win at Mahjong, you'll be rewarded with sexy CG images, and the animations in the date scenes are smooth. There's also a free play mode mentioned where you can focus solely on Mahjong against girls, with the CG images changing based on your score and performance. The page introduces 3 main girls. Kei Kisaragi, voiced by Yuko Nagashima, described as sporty and energetic. Ran Sujetsu, voiced by Tomoko Nishi, portrayed as a childlike girl who loves sweets, and Kasumi Mutsuki, voiced by Miyuki Ito, depicted as quiet and gentle, with reading as a hobby. They emphasize that the controls are simple, making it accessible, even for those who aren't Mahjong experts, with features like auto-assist and hints. The developer's comment expresses excitement, stating it's even better than the previous game, and teasing a future title called Night Tours. The game is set to be released on May 3rd, priced at 5,800 yen. It's noted as a clothing destruction mahjong game for 1 player, and recommended for ages 18 and up. This page is all about Super Real Mahjong PVI for the SEGA Saturn, which is the latest in the Super Real Mahjong series of strip mahjong games. It's highlighted as being fully complete, with a 100% completion badge, and is coming out on May 17th, priced at 8,800 yen. They're really emphasizing how it's a perfect arcade port, promising the same experience as the original arcade game, including all the undressing scenes, without any cuts on the SEGA Saturn. They're even calling it a complete port, and thanking Sega's rating system for allowing it. There's a new system being introduced called the Waku Waku Emotion System, which seems to be a way for the girls in the game to react more realistically to your playing style and choices, judging your emotion, and reacting accordingly. It's based on a 10-stage evaluation and messages, adding more depth to how the girls respond. The developer comment is interesting, hinting that they almost got into trouble with authorities due to the game's content, suggesting players should grab it quickly, as it might not stick around for long. They definitely want players to know this is the ultimate console version, with added pleasure elements for adult players, calling it a great value buy. This page dives deeper into Super Real Mahjong PVI on the SEGA Saturn, highlighting what makes this version special. They are really pushing the idea that this Saturn edition is packed with extra content. Firstly, they mention that Tanaka Ryo, the character designer, has created brand new illustrations just for this Saturn release. These aren't just recycled images either. They promise high-resolution backgrounds and in-game art. Then, they're excited about a bonus minigame featuring Yukari-chan, one of the girls from PVI. It sounds pretty silly. A healing minigame where you milk cows. Apparently, if you manage to clear it, you get to see a special ending scene. They've even given it a name, Milk with a Pawn. Another cool addition is the Reward Room. If you put in your save data, you can access this room and rewatch all the event scenes you've unlocked and collect character icons, which they think will really appeal to hardcore fans. Finally, they introduce 3 of the main girls in detail. There's Tamami Kayama, a 16-year-old high school student with a friendly, round-faced look. Next up is Mari Kurihara, described as having an older sister vibe to the max, and she's a 24-year-old kindergarten teacher. Lastly, there's Yukari Kimiya, a 19-year-old college student with glasses, and they're playing up her irresistible glasses appeal. They also mention that each girl has 5 stages of undressing scenes, and promise they are all worth seeing. This page is all about Idol Janshi Tsuchipai 2 for the SEGA Saturn, and it's hyped as a massive 2 candelas set. They're really emphasizing the sheer volume of content, saying you can play it endlessly and never get bored. The character designer, Mr. Sonoda Sensei, is praised, and the staff's dedication to the game really comes across. It seems this Saturn version is packed with extras, and they're really digging into what's on those 2 discs. We learn there are 6 game modes in total, promising a lot of replayability. They mention panel match and Kakei Mahjong modes as examples of the variety on offer. There's a spotlight on a newly discovered Tsuchiyuki-chan mode. Apparently, in the previous game's ending, Tsuchiyuki-chan only made a brief appearance, but now she gets her own dedicated mode. It's described as a mode where you defeat Tsuchipai's friends one by one in Mahjong to help Yuki-chan overcome her shyness. Of course, there are service scenes included here too. It sounds like the final boss in this mode is Kazuko Nishikiori. They also tease a lemon pie service scene, showing some screenshots of what looks like suggestive content in a train setting, emphasizing the adult themes and fan service aspects of the game. The page has screenshots of gameplay, character art, and these suggestive scenes, all pointing to a very feature-rich and fan-focused release. Idol Janshi Tsuchipai 2 on the SEGA Saturn boasts numerous bonus features. Miyuri's Room in Recall mode offers endings featuring Miyuri and unlocks costumes upon completion. The bonus CD includes a free battle mode with voice acting and quick play sessions. Voice actor interviews with Kanai Mika, Tsuchipai, and others are also included, featuring video clips and commentary. A stage select allows replay of specific matches, unlocking Yukimoto upon clearing all stages. Additional features include a difficulty selector, easy, normal, hard, a bonus costume mode for partners, and a sound test with music, sound effects, and vocal themes from both games, showcasing a packed experience. This page introduces Jisen Pachasuro Hishuhao 3 for the SEGA Saturn, a game focused on real-world pachaslot strategies. It highlights the real battle mode, where you can immerse yourself in pachaslot gameplay and choose from 5 character types, each representing different playing styles and hall tendencies. The game emphasizes understanding hall characteristics and the compatibility between players and halls, suggesting that finding the right hall for your playstyle is crucial. The page also features Data Robo, a tool to analyze data from pachaslot machines for up to 2 days prior, helping players understand machine tendencies and plan their strategies. It showcases different playable characters like the OL, office lady, salaryman, housewife, freeder, part-time worker, and Pachipro, pachinko professional, each with varying playtimes, starting funds, and gameplay approaches. For example, the OL plays in the evenings after work, while the Pachipro is a full-time player aiming for profit with detailed data analysis. The guide suggests choosing a character that matches your playstyle to effectively use the Data Robo and improve your pachaslot skills. Jisen Pachisuro Hishuhao 3 offers strategic gameplay across 5 pachaslot halls, each with unique characteristics managed by distinct personalities. Mastering all halls unlocks a special minigame and a true ending. The game emphasizes choosing the right hall based on its payout rates and machine settings. The guide highlights machine selection, recommending eye-stopping machines like Flipper 3 and Divers XX for skillful reel stopping, while cautioning against others. Players are advised to analyze data, focusing on factors like restriction date numbers and targeting halls frequented by long-playing patrons. The article encourages interacting with other players for clues and insights, mirroring the social aspect of real-world pachaslot, adding depth beyond machine play. This page announces the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Burst Hunter, based on the popular anime series. It boasts a 100% completion rate and is aimed at fans of the anime and voice actors, coming with a special bonus CD. The bonus CD is packed with goodies like a poster, stickers, and an item pack arcade classics, promising great value for buyers and includes 3 selectable titles. The page then details the content of the bonus CD, focusing on story elements and character information. It teases the latter half of the game's story, with summaries of Episode 3, As Love Flows, featuring Meryl and Daniel, and Episode 4, Labyrinth Opera Theater, starring Opera. Dialogue snippets are included to give a flavor of the storylines. Adding to the bonus CD's appeal is a voice actor roundtable discussion and fascinating setting materials. The page playfully hints at slightly embarrassing content, showcasing character artwork of Tira and Chocolate in different outfits. implying that the bonus CD will delve into character designs and visuals. The bonus CD apparently includes voice actor interviews, character setting materials, and a collection of Burst Hunter graphics. This page is all about the upcoming Sega Saturn game, Genoir. It's pitched as a sci-fi action game where coexistence with aliens has become impossible, and you are on a mission on Mars to crush the ambitions of a character named General. The game is described as being played from inside a hypersuit, offering a first-person perspective, where you use lasers, missiles, and grenades to complete missions. The reviewer is really enthusiastic, noting its 100% completion and recommending it even to overseas gamers because of its movie-like quality and unique sci-fi world. The page also highlights the game's cinematic approach, comparing it to a science fiction movie, and mentions the voice cast including Kikuko Inoue, Kazuhiko Inoue, Toshihiko Seki, Tsutomu Isobe, and Haochu Otsuka. 2 specific Mars missions are detailed. Mars Mission 3 tasks you with destroying a central construction using inducing matter, and Mars Mission 4 requires you to eliminate all strontium reactors on the map. Both mission descriptions give gameplay hints about strategy and enemy encounters, emphasizing weapon use and awareness of surroundings for success. The page ends with a "Mission Clear" message.
This page introduces the upcoming Sega Saturn title, Johnny Bazooka. It's described as a fast-paced American rock-themed action game. Apparently, the story is quite wild. Earth's biggest supporter, El Diablo, has kidnapped Johnny Bazookatone's band members and even his guitar named Anita to hell. So, as Johnny Bazooka, you're armed with a guitar-shaped weapon, and you're diving into the depths of hell to rescue your bandmates and your prize guitar. The game focuses on Johnny action, which means using your guitar weapon in both machine gun and bazooka modes.
It sounds like you'll need to master different attack types to clear the stages. The Fire and Bazooka section highlights using the powerful bazooka for tougher enemies and key moments. Attack and Jump and Suck explains the controls attack button for standard fire, hold to run, and a suck action to grab items. There's a breakdown of 3 stages. Stage 1 is a prison, acting as a tutorial to learn Johnny's moves across 4 scenes. Stage 2 is set inside a hotel, where the goal is to find disco tickets, navigating left and right through a large map with various room entrances and flashy neon lights. Stage 3 takes place in a restaurant, featuring a giant pot of stew and what sounds like a souffle creation challenge involving eggs and flour. You'll be exploring narrow ventilation shafts and dealing with a chef enemy who is waiting for you. It seems like a quirky and action-packed adventure with a rock and roll vibe. This page is a Sega Saturn Soft Complete Guide, focusing on providing in-depth information for already released Sega Saturn games. It's packed with strategy and helpful hints for players. The page prominently features Kyo Kusanagi from King of Fighters 95 in a dynamic pose, showcasing the game. The guide covers a variety of titles, including Panzer Dragoon Zwei, the classic Adventure Snatcher, Titan Wars, Ken Bunny Premiere, Sega Rally Championship, 7 Secret Mansions, and Dragon Force. It seems like a packed section, offering strategies and insights for these popular Saturn games. This page dives deep into King of Fighters 95, specifically focusing on the character Kyo Kusanagi and his rival Rugal. It's a strategy guide, breaking down Kyo's moves, basic tactics, and even advanced techniques. The page highlights Kyo's special moves with command inputs and discusses how to effectively use them in combat, like his standing strong kick, 108 shiki, Yami Barai, and 100 shiki. Oniaki for different combat situations, control, harassment, and anti-air respectively. There's a section on a 2-hit combo strategy, combining God Thrust and Dash Throw, which emphasizes quick attacks. Lastly, it gives advice for fighting against CPU Kyo, suggesting strategies like using projectiles, jumping attacks, and being aware of Kyo's strong ground game. Essentially, it's a mini masterclass on playing Kyo Kusanagi in King of Fighters 95 for players looking to up their game. The next page introduces Omega Rugal from King of Fighters 95, detailing his moves and strategies. It starts with a command list for his special moves like Reppuken, Kaiser Wave, Genocide Cutter, Dark Barrier, God Press, and Gigantic Pressure. The page then discusses basic tactics, emphasizing controlling the air with Reppuken and Kaiser Wave, and using the Dark Barrier to counter projectiles. It also highlights basic combos, starting with a jump strong kick into a standing strong punch, followed by special moves. There's advice for using genocide cutters in the air, and God Press for quick attacks. The page notes that Omega Rugal's weak and strong versions of moves have different timings, requiring players to adjust their strategy accordingly. Finally, it offers one-point advice for fighting against CPU Omega Rugal. The reviewer suggests being careful not to lose your positioning and momentum, as CPU Rugal is strong in close combat. They recommend patiently observing the opponent's moves, using projectiles like Repukin and Kaiser Wave to keep distance, and being aware of his powerful ground game. Counterattacks, combo attacks, and continuous attacks are key to victory. This text highlights various player strategies and team compositions in King of Fighters 95, specifically focusing on team edit comments. Players like Masa favor an offensive cute girl team, Athena, Yuri, King. Maya Kyoko recommends Athena, Kensu, and Chin for aggressive projectile play. Tataka advocates for the classic, and Shinny, Joe, and Terry team, perfect for beginners. Rokuya Oroshi Bongichi champions the 94 Japan team, Kyo, Daimon, Goro, for aggressive, throw-focused gameplay. Ken Ray enjoys a balanced team of Athena, Robert, and Ryo, prioritizing character preference over pure winning. Ray emphasizes the fun of team editing, enjoying the color customization and strategic depth it adds to team versus matches. This page reveals the results of an illustration contest for King of Fighters 95, highlighting winning entries across several categories. It seems there were a large number of submissions, impressing the judges. The top prize, grand prize, went to an illustration of Kyo and Yori, praised for capturing the character's coolness and dynamism. The SNK prize winner depicted Athena, noted for its charming and mascot-like quality. The Satamaga prize was awarded for an illustration of AG and Billy in a dynamic pose, recognized for its powerful impact and unique style using mechanical elements. The cross-licensed Saturn prize featured a lively group illustration, presumably with Saturn-themed characters mixed in, and was commended for its fun and detailed depiction. The Burning Passion prize showcased Athena again, this time in a close-up portrait, praised for its passionate and vibrant colors. The Burning Heart prize depicted a biker scene featuring characters reminiscent of King of Fighters, applauded for its coolness and sense of speed. Lastly, the Illustrator Banson prize went to a densely populated illustration with many faces, appreciated for its individuality and overall impact. The page concludes with general comments on the contest, praising the high level of entries and the unique interpretations of characters and poses. The judges were impressed by the passion and skill of the artists and encourage more submissions in future contests. This page continues to showcase the winning entries from the King of Fighters 95 illustration contest. It features a variety of character illustrations with comments on each one. We see illustrations of Kyo Kusanagi, Benimaru Nikaido, Goro Daimon, Ryo Sakazaki, Robert Garcia, Takuma Sakazaki, Terry Bogard, Andy Bogard, Joe Higashi, Mai Shiranui, King, Yuri Sakazaki, and Hydern. For example, the Kyokyo illustration is praised for its pose and dynamism, capturing the character well. The Benimaru image is noted for its stylish illustration style and overall appeal. Goro is described as having a strong, impactful presence in his artwork, with the artist capturing his powerful physique. Ryo's image has an intense and focused feel. Robert Garcia's illustration shows him on his motorcycle, looking cool and collected. Takuma is depicted with a strong and determined expression. Terry Bogard's image is noted for its soft and gentle style. Andy Bogard's illustration has a cool and composed look. Joe Higashi's energetic and dynamic pose is highlighted. Mai Shiranui's illustration showcases her in a beautiful pose with a striking tattoo. King's image portrays her as cute and charming. Yuri Sakazaki's illustration is described as having a balance of cuteness and sharpness. Finally, Hydern's illustration gives off a cool and composed impression. Overall, the page continues to display the diverse artistic styles and character interpretations from the KOF 95 illustration contest, showcasing the creativity and passion of the artists. This page continues showcasing the winning entries for the Best Character Award in the King of Fighters 95 illustration contest. Alongside a special Omega Rugal Award, we see more character illustrations. Kyo Kusanagi's illustration is by a person from Gifu Prefecture, and it's described as having a good sense of speed and dynamism, with the artist capturing his Ipai Ipai pose well. Omega Rugal's illustration, winning the special Omega Rugal Award, is praised for its powerful depiction, making him look as intimidating as in the game. Billy Kane's artwork is noted for its high-level drawing skill and humor, capturing a comical scene. Choi Bounge's image is commended for its cuteness, appealing to female fans, and highlighting his point-scoring potential in the game. Kim Kafwan's illustration is seen as embodying justice and beauty, showcasing his iconic pose. Chang Kohan's artwork is described as rough but full of charm, with the artist's passion coming through. Yuri Sakazaki's illustration is described as having a cupful appeal, suggesting it's charming and attractive. Ralph Jones' artwork is noted for its powerful style, typical of the artist, effectively using thick paint. Clark Steele's illustration is considered a standard depiction of the character, looking reliable and cool. Lastly, Athena Asamia's image is praised for its cute and lovely style, with the artist considering using it for two-player versus screens. This page dives into Panzer Dragoon Zwei, focusing on Episode 6, which is called Shellkruf in the Sea of Clouds. It's all about a massive battleship called Shellkruf. Apparently, this ship is a whopping 2 kilometers long, and you'll be taking it on in the sky. The article explains that the battle starts with aerial combat, where you're dodging attacks from the ship's hatches. Then, you'll penetrate inside the ship, switching to interior combat. It mentions that the ship has laser cannons and obstacle barrier defenses. Inside, you'll face enemies in corridors. A key part of the ship is the Shellkruf engine, described as looking like a 3-storied tower, and missile turrets are positioned to defend it. The article says destroying these is crucial to progress further into the ship. It also mentions encountering silence enemies within the ship's interior passages, implying they are a new threat once you're inside. The screenshots showcase both the exterior and interior battles, giving a visual idea of what to expect in Episode 6. It sounds like a challenging episode, mixing aerial dogfighting with claustrophobic interior exploration within this giant battleship. This page delves further into Panzer Dragoon Zwei. It starts by looking at Episode 4 and reveals a newly discovered route. Apparently, Episode 4 has multiple routes, and this article points out a secret path, Route 3, which you can access if you are skilled enough to navigate the gates correctly. Moving on to Episode 6's boss battle against the Shellkruf battleship, which we discussed on the previous page. The article emphasizes the relentless and intense nature of the fight, with constant cannon fire. It mentions homing missiles and different kinds of attacks, and explains how the battle progresses as you destroy outer layers to get to the core boss, becoming even more challenging as you go. There's a section about best player data, which explains how to check your high scores and best times within the game. It displays an example of the data screen that shows scores and times for each episode, a feature designed to encourage players to improve and compete. Finally, the page introduces the frigate wing, which is the 5th and ultimate form of the dragon in Panzer Dragoon Zwei. This form is described as incredibly powerful, boasting an impressive 8-shot lock-on ability and a striking black and white color scheme, making it a very strong upgrade and the final evolution for your dragon. This guide details high-score strategies for Panzer Dragoon Zwei, focusing on specific episodes. Episode 3 emphasizes maximizing points against the Naga boss in Route 1 by swiftly defeating 4 enemies for a bonus and using Berserk strategically. Route 2 of Episode 3 highlights using Berserk or lock-on attacks on the Stronghold boss. Episode 4's Route 1 advises quick attacks on the Guardian mid-boss. Route 2 recommends using Ming Jing attacks on Titan enemies for 10,000 points. And Route 3 emphasizes defeating behind attacking enemies quickly. Episode 5 centers on the Terran enemy, urging players to lock on to all 7 parts, saving the head for last. The episode also covers the boss, noting base scores for each encounter, 6,000 and 12,000, and stressing the importance of destroying the mirror shield and using lock-on attacks for maximum points. This page sheds more light on the Pandora's Box features in Panzer Dragoon Zwei, which was hinted at previously. It confirms that you can now freely select any episode from 1 all the way to 7, which is great for practicing specific stages. New difficulty levels are introduced: hard and super hard. These difficulties adjust enemy bullet patterns and the number of enemies, making the game more challenging than normal and easy. The Berserk mode is now customizable. You can adjust the Berserk gauge speed to normal, double speed, or even set it to automatically increase, allowing for varied gameplay experiences. You can also choose the dragon's starting form right from the beginning, selecting up to the 3rd form, which could make it easier to progress through the game. Lastly, you can now select your shot type. Options include homing, which automatically targets enemies, three-way and five-way for different shot spreads, and graviton, which is a powerful but short-range shot. This deep level of customization through Pandora's box looks to really change how you can play Panzer Dragoon Zwei. This guide details Act 2 of Snatcher, focusing on Jillian's investigation after Gibson's murder. Key to progression is replaying Little John's memory, revealing the clue, Oline. This leads to investigation paths: Kobe Pharmaceutical Research Lab and Alceslan Hospital. The Kobe route provides leads regarding medical equipment, and Jillian's wife, Jamie, working at the lab. The Alceslan route focuses on a seemingly odd animal hospital. The guide emphasizes that progress requires exploration, using the video phone, and revisiting locations. The points section advises players to keep moving, check various locations, and take notes if stuck. After receiving Mika's message and arriving at Gibson's messy apartment, the guide directs players to search for Katrina and then proceed to a location related to Oline. The walkthrough then shifts to Queen Hospital, a silent hospital shrouded in fog, where Katrina is implied to be connected. The guide emphasizes the importance of quickly reaching Queen Hospital. Inside, a puzzle involving a cryptic medical chart in room 3 awaits, requiring Metal Gear to decipher the writing. It's suggested the chart's code can be cracked by using the video phone. A point section advises players to exhaust all available commands and closely observe items. Screenshots depict the hospital's interior: a dusty operating table in room 1, a research-filled room 2, and a dark room 3. The video phone scene featuring Napoleon and Outer Heaven passwords hints at a deeper mystery. The Queen Hospital investigation is crucial for Jillian, involving deciphering the Benson code linked to Benson Cunningham and Harry Benson, potentially snatchers. This leads Jillian to Junker HQ. The guide warns of a tricycle trap involving a chase, followed by hospital traps revealing Chinese nationals, including Chen, as snatchers, forcing a fight for survival. A point section provides shooting training, emphasizing strategic blaster use and the potential for game overs in encounters with snatchers and insectors, urging players to practice their shooting skills due to their increasing frequency and the snatcher's ability to revive. Snatcher's influence infiltrates Junker HQ, drawing Jillian into a deadly trap. His investigation, following clues and encounters with key figures like Lisa, Freddy, and Chen, leads him to discover many are snatchers, setting the stage for a battle. Navigating the complex, maze-like HQ, including the crucial ventilation duct system, akin to dungeon levels, requires careful mapping to avoid getting lost and encountering deadly insectors. Snatchers exploit Jillian's weaknesses by injuring Mika and Harry, using Harry as bait. Gillian faces a tense hostage situation with Mika, requiring precise blaster skills. A major betrayal unfolds. Harry, who helped Jillian enter the HQ, is revealed as a snatcher. The true extent of the deception is revealed, with Benson Cunningham also being a snatcher. Despite overcoming some snatchers, the final image suggests that Mika is still in danger, and further trials are ahead for Jillian. This review of Titan Wars highlights the game's challenging nature and strategic gameplay. The game is broken down into 4 stages, each presenting unique challenges and environments. Stage 1, Janus, introduces aerial combat and item collections. Stage 2, Hyperion, features a space-based rescue mission. Stage 3, Tethys, involves planetary combat alongside a white team, focusing on central attacks. Stage 4, Dione, presents a final crisis with planet-wide implications, requiring a rescue operation. The review also provides gameplay guidance. Mark's Meaning details weapon types like lasers for direct attacks and plasma for stealth enemies. Stage Strategy emphasizes weapon selection, while Boss Strategy advises precise shots. Titan Wars Handling covers the controls, praising their effectiveness and recommending practice with rotation and drift. The reviewer suggests players will need to hone their skills to succeed. This guide details stages 5 to 8 of Titan Wars. Stage 5, Lycaria, is a team-based stage requiring network coordination to destroy transport columns. Stage 6, Enceladus/Mimas, features cross-formation attacks in a fortified zone, emphasizing AI support to counter-flanking. Stage 7,
Phoebe focuses on destroying hidden enemy installations within aesthetically pleasing asteroid fields, hinting at a deeper narrative tied to Iris and A Truth of Men. Stage 8, Titan, is the final stage, involving tunnel navigation, strategic weapon use, and decisive choices against anticipated enemy movements. The guide also includes a Mystery of the Riddle cheat code feature, using button combinations to unlock sounds, acknowledging player input, and suggesting the developers value player feedback.
This page is a detailed strategy guide for the second mansion in the adventure game, Seven Mansions. It's all about conquering the Chinese doll mansion. The page features an item list and a complete map of the mansion. The item list categorizes items by name, where you can find them initially on the first or second floor denoted as 1F or 2F with room numbers, and where you can use them, again with floor and room numbers. Some items have a remarks column with symbols like an asterisk and which likely indicates special properties, or if you can examine them for more info. The map is split into two sections, one for the first floor and another for the second floor of the Chinese doll mansion. It clearly marks rooms like the entrance, areas with soldiers, and key figures such as Qin Shi Huang and Yang Gifei. Numbered circles and arrows on the map likely represent the order of exploration or connections between different areas and floors within the mansion. It seems like a classic dungeon-crawling adventure setup within this mansion setting. This guide details the Chinese doll mansion level of the Seven Mansions game. On the first floor, players must navigate the Great Hall, using lamps to combat attacking statues. Puzzles in the large incense burner room involve correct incense usage to find treasure. The Qin Shi Huang's image room requires incense and interaction to reveal hidden gems. The Eight Swords of Japan room lists the effects of each sword. The second floor involves battling archers in the Empress Dowager room and obtaining a number bead. Players solve musical instrument and doll puzzles in the Cutting Guan Yu Zhangfei room, using specific items to unlock the Kongming room. This room requires placing items on the altar and gems in the Kongming doll's eyes to stop its fire. The Relics of Past Master room holds relics needed to open the third hall, a Japanese-style house, promising further challenges. This page is a walkthrough guide using a flowchart for the game Qian Qian Bunny Premiere. It focuses on the first day of gameplay, advising players on how to proceed through the initial events to achieve different outcomes and see various character interactions. The guide highlights two main characters, Yuma and Miyuki, and suggests different approaches to interacting with them on the first day. It mentions that depending on who you meet first, the game's story will branch into two main paths. The guide focuses on the first day's events, which revolve around ordering food and drinks at a restaurant and interacting with these two main characters. Point A is about ordering lunch and seeing a different side of Miyuki, while Point B involves interacting with Yuma in the control room. Point Killis appears to focus on choosing how to spend time, suggesting options like spending time with one character, Yuma, or together with both Yuma and Miyuki. The guide emphasizes that saving is important at 5 specific points, as there are multiple first-day event patterns to experience, and it encourages players to see the precious expressions of Miyuki at Point A and the heart-thumping moments with Yuma at Point B. This page continues the walkthrough for Qian Qian Bunny Premiere, now giving players strategies for the second and third days. It explains there are 3 main approaches for the second day, starting with thinking about the girl you are interested in, and then branches off depending on if you want to pursue Yuma or Miyuki, suggesting actions like chasing after Yuma or spending time with Miyuki. For the third day, the guide focuses on Point D, where your part-time job break is decided, and gives advice on how to manage your money and plan dates. It also notes that Misuzu is a difficult character to romance, while Makoto presents different challenges like quizzes and dog-related scenarios. The walkthrough highlights that your choices are important, especially at Point D in the shop, and gives tips on how to proceed, suggesting that mastering the first chapter is key to getting closer to Misuzu. There's even a mention of making the right choices in mature scenes, hinting at content for older players. This page announces the results of the SEGA Rally Championship Time Attack contest, which was a huge success. It seems like the contest was really popular, exceeding expectations. The results are presented for both the normal time attack and the Stratus departments, and are further broken down by skill level, from beginner to super advanced. The winners are listed for each category with their names and times. The Nakamura Cup section also mentions the prizes for the winners, which include special developer-signed photo crids, music crids, and SEGA Saturn t-shirts, amongst other things. The small text box at the bottom expresses surprise at the sheer volume of entries received by the deadline, highlighting just how popular the contest was. It even mentions the editor being overwhelmed by the amount of mail. This page features a special interview related to the SEGA Rally Championship Time Attack contest that was announced on the previous page. The interview is titled, "Examining the Top Time Runs," and it features Nakamura and Horibe from the CS Development Department, along with Masaoka, a writer from the magazine. The interviewers are discussing the incredibly fast times achieved by players in the contest. Nakamura expresses amazement at the top desert course time of 52 seconds and 65/100ths of a second, mentioning it's even faster than his own play. They delve into the techniques used by top players, including cornering methods and the use of automatic transmission. The developers share insights into their design philosophy, emphasizing making the game cool and enjoyable. They also discuss how the contest results and player feedback inspire them. Nakamura mentions plans for future events and expresses gratitude to the players for their participation. The page includes screenshots of the game showing impressive in-game times, and also photos of the interview participants. Overall, it's a celebratory piece highlighting the success of the contest and the skill of the SEGA Rally players, while also offering some developer perspective on the game and its enthusiastic community. This page is like a strategy guide digest for the SEGA Saturn game Dragon Force, focusing on the mid-game stages. It's titled Mid-Game Climax Digest and seems to be giving players tips and hints for progressing further. There's a section highlighting a key event called the Tyrus kidnapping incident. It describes a scenario where Tyrus gets kidnapped by the Risky Man army and Wayne needs to rescue her. Apparently, Zeon appears as a reinforcement to help. The text talks about the strategic element of the game and how player choices impact events. The page also includes a large, very detailed table called Super Useful Items and where to find them. This table is broken down into categories of items such as Mars Gear, Soul Booster, Psycho Sword, Magic Clothes, Demon Spear, Ignis Spear, Earth Spear, Javelin, and Battle Spear. For each item, it lists the name and acquisition location using short codes that are explained at the bottom of the page. These codes refer to different locations within the game, such as Highland, Fandaria, and so on. It looks like a comprehensive item location guide for players deep into Dragon Force. Mid-game events and characters in Dragon Force are explored. Zeon's End details Zeon's death due to the demon sword Eclissus after being consumed by guilt. Tower of Shadows introduces Ramda, an apostle who joins Wayne after being met at a tower. Meeting with dragon person Vingel focuses on Vingel, a dragon person who initially deems Wayne unworthy but later joins him. Dragon person Zard introduces Zard, another dragon person, serving Vingel, built for destruction. Techilis's comical Gongos-like appearances and Leon's diverging story events, including an encounter with Zeon and his relationship with Ramda, are also highlighted. The text details mid-game events in Dragon Force, focusing on character developments and strategic advice. Gideon and Grace, powerful allies compared to the Demon God 3 warriors, join Wayne after escaping the Shadow Tower, pledging their allegiance. The story then covers Hayate and Shiru's reunion with Wayne, further strengthening his forces. Jumtanan is introduced, a strong-willed woman facing gender-based challenges, showing both kindness and a key role in future events. Gongos' story highlights her direct nature, critiquing Wayne's leadership and pushing him to decisive action. A one-point advice section offers gameplay tips on character leveling and strategic deployment of all 8 generals for later stages. This page talks about the confrontation with Goldark in Dragon Force, stating it's the next big battle after collecting the 3 sacred treasures mentioned on the previous page. It highlights that while time isn't a constraint, the battle with Goldark is inevitable, and you must win. The page mentions that Goldark is incredibly strong and advises players to prepare for a tough fight, emphasizing that you need to use Wayne's strategic abilities to overcome him. The page details the 3 sacred treasures needed, which are found in 3 shrines. The Moon Shrine in the north of Moon Palace, requiring characters with attributes like Wind Liberation, Earth's Bravery, and Thunder's Dignity. The Forest Shrine south of Pozak, needing characters with Water's Wisdom, Flame's Wisdom, and Forest's Aura. and the Snow Shrine north of Tristan near Rosia, requiring characters with Heaven's kindness and Light's strength. It notes that for the Snow Shrine, the Light's strength is particularly important. The page then shifts to Mikatsuki's story. Mikatsuki, seeking revenge, had infiltrated the castle and confronted Kyoen, intending to kill him for betraying Madruk. However, Hayate intervened and rescued Kyoen, leading to Mikatsuki vowing to fight alongside Hayate against Kyoen and Madruk. It ends by teasing the revival of the evil god Madruk, hinting at the next major challenge in the game. This page continues the Dragon Force coverage with a feature called Dragon Force Scramble, focusing on gameplay tips and strategies from reviewers Pang and Hassler in a section called Ordinary Way of Playing. It seems like this is the final stretch for this corner in the magazine, and they are holding a character popularity contest. Pang and Hassler discuss their preferred playstyles. Pang mentions raising Somalian and generally using humans in his army, finding them quite strong, while Hassler prefers monsters, finding them very powerful, especially after they transform. They talk about unit compositions, suggesting mixing soldiers with archers or mages. Hassler also mentions using dragon zombies strategically, and notes that magic is effective against enemies. They delve into specific gameplay tips, suggesting looking for hidden items in towns, especially unique and powerful items in larger towns. They also joke about castle sieges being difficult and tedious, highlighting the importance of unit balance and strategy rather than brute force. They conclude by talking about graphics, with Hassler mentioning the visuals are quite good, particularly the snow and swamp environments, while Pang points out the detailed battle animations and character sprites. It's overall a lighthearted discussion on enjoying Dragon Force and offering some player advice. This page announces a character popularity contest for Dragon Force, encouraging readers to vote for their favorite characters by postcard. The top 3 characters will be chosen, separated by male and female categories, and prizes are up for grabs. There's also a question corner explanation section, inviting players to send in any game-related questions they have by postcard, which Pang and Hassler will answer. Alongside this, there's a call for illustrations and letters, mentioning that this corner is coming to an end soon. Readers are encouraged to send in fan letters and illustrations to the provided address by the deadline for the May issue. They are also keen for reader feedback about the scenarios in Dragon Force. The page also includes a short Moon Princess Special Express manga strip, featuring the Moon Princess in a comedic situation where she seems to be lost and confused. Finally, Pang and Hassler continue their Dragon Force discussion, focusing on recommended characters. Pang suggests playing as Wayne first to understand the beginning of the war, and then playing as Reinhardt and Goldark to see different perspectives. He also mentions Mikazaki as a recommended character. Hassler recommends starting with simulation mode. Pang highlights Gongo's army as strong, and Hassler points out Goldark's power. They both agree the scenarios are interesting and visually impressive, with dramatic elements. Hassler emphasizes choosing characters you feel connected to, and Pang suggests trying around 4 or 5 scenarios for a good experience. Hassler concludes by thanking the readers. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn release of Lunar Silver Star Story Express. It's announced as nearing completion, and we get a sneak peek with the tagline, "Approaching completion. That's why we decided on an interview." It's being published by Kadokawa Shoten, and is slated for release in August. Priced at 6,800 yen, and classified as an RPG. There's a section highlighting an illustration corner by Sato Jun, focusing on the magical city of Vane from the game. It's described as a city floating in the sky, a nexus of magic, and a symbol of the magical world of Lunar. The text emphasizes that Vane needs to be more developed than any other town in the game world, and Sato's illustrations aim to capture this. We can see some concept art and in-game screenshots showcasing Vane's unique architecture and magical atmosphere. Another section titled Battle Preparation Screen shows off the Saturn version's enhanced battle screens. It mentions the upper left screen is where you select magic, which seems more intuitive than before, making battles easier to manage. Finally, there's a various battle scenes part 2 section showcasing magic attacks in battle. It points out the flashy and impressive magic attack graphics, highlighting how battles are becoming more visually exciting in the Saturn version. Game Art's Mr. Miyagi and scenario writer Mr. Juma discussed the SEGA Saturn remake, Lunar Silver Star Story Express. The developers are rebuilding the game from the ground up, significantly altering the scenario to surpass the Mega CD version and anime scenes in both volume and quality. While the core plot stays the same, almost all dialogue has been rewritten, and new scenes added to enrich character development. The Saturn version features approximately 40 minutes of improved anime sequences. The team aims to refresh the main characters' designs, with Jessica receiving particular attention. The interview highlights enhanced magic attack visuals, showcasing impressive effects in battle. Screenshots of explosion magic and ice pillar magic demonstrate the upgraded visuals. The developers are also focused on improving the voice acting while maintaining the original feel.
This page features an interview section titled, Sakura Wars, My First Masterpiece, or So I'd Like It to Be, with Naoki Morita, who worked in planning and development for Sakura Wars. He talks about his background in architecture and how he got into the game industry. He mentions that Sakura Wars was his first major project, and he was heavily involved in the planning stages, contributing to the world setting, character image, and personality settings. He also worked on translating scenarios for game use from writer O. Komagami Hiroi. Morita reflects on the pressures and rewards of working with famous creators, and the satisfaction of seeing his ideas become reality. He mentions wanting to create games that resonate with players' feelings and expresses his strong desire for Sakura Wars to be considered his masterpiece. The page also includes a section called Red Okumura's Sales Diary. This section appears to be a diary entry by Keisaku Okumura, detailing a successful event produced by Hyros Pro. He mentions being very busy with work and apologizes for neglecting his diary entries. He notes the success of the recent event and talks about being focused on daily sales activities. He seems to be in a sales or marketing role, possibly for Red Gunner, as hinted by the title banner at the top of the page. Red Gunner, West Avenue Branch. Finally, there are interviewer and interviewee details provided, identifying the interviewer as Kotaro Hongo, and the interviewee for the diary section as Keisaku Okumura. This page continues the Sega Kara Verification and Fierce Battle series, this time focusing on a karaoke contest using Sega music. The challenge is to see if they can find obscure Sega tunes at Karaoke Gigo 6F, even leading to a minor dispute about song choices during the verification process. The karaoke battle results are in, and while the scores were close, Abebe takes the victory, apparently losing to Chiba-chan by only 1 point left, Abebe feeling regretful. There's also a section dedicated to karaoke room etiquette, illustrating good practices like cleaning up, versus bad behaviors such as damaging equipment or making a mess in the room. They even wagered the room charge on the karaoke outcome, which Abe also won. Finally, the page teases Abe's unreleased project, suggesting a surprising announcement is coming soon, accompanied by cartoonish alien-like characters.
This roundtable discussion celebrates the release of 3x3 Eyes, Seima Kurinden S, featuring key figures in the game's creation. Marketing representative Mr. Ito highlights successful promotional events and team unity, while voice actor Mr. Fuji Hachibe reflects on his long-standing connection with the franchise and the character of Pai.
Company president Mr.
Itakura Yuji discusses the game's PC-98 origins and the pursuit of new challenges, emphasizing the prioritization of drama and character development, leading to longer development times. The discussion covers the platform transitions, including challenges in creating something unique for Sega Saturn users. The participants reminisce about past projects like CD dramas and their unexpected popularity, recalling their surprise at the initial success. The conversation concludes with anticipation for future development and release, looking toward the next stage. This page continues the roundtable discussion, focusing on the development of 3x3 Eyes, Seima Kurinden Seis. Mr. Yamazaki, involved in scenario writing, emphasizes the importance of player immersion, stating that games should evoke emotions and feelings. He reflects on the evolution of game development, highlighting the shift from simple gameplay to deeper experiences with compelling narratives and character development. Mr. Nishi, also from scenario writing, notes that modern games are complete as a single entity and have reached a high level of perfection. He mentions the challenge of creating impactful content within these complete worlds, suggesting a shift towards more nuanced and emotional experiences. The discussion touches on the early days of game voice acting, referencing CD dramas and their surprising popularity. The panel discusses the challenges and rewards of creating games that resonate with players on an emotional level, especially for a franchise like 3x3 Eyes, which deals with complex themes of immortality and human nature. The conversation also touches on the appeal of 3x3 Eyes, emphasizing its unique characters, particularly the immortal female protagonists, and the depth of its narrative, exploring what it truly means to be human. The page also highlights a successful event at the Japan Youth Hall celebrating the game's release, featuring stage greetings, live performances, and a public performance of the VAL project related to 3x3 Eyes, indicating strong fan engagement and positive reception. This page continues the roundtable discussion with the development team of 3x3 Eyes. Seima Kurin Den S. Mr. Nishi shares his thoughts on capturing the essence of 3x3 Eyes in the game, emphasizing the desire to bring the world of 3x3 Eyes to life. He mentions the opening movie of the game and how they aim to create something that would resonate with players. Mr. Ito agrees, saying the opening is definitely a highlight and reflects the team's commitment. Mr. Itakura talks about the game being designed for everyone to enjoy and how they prioritized communication during development, feeling it was key to success, and hopes everyone involved is happy with the result. Mr. Yamazaki reflects on the importance of staff continuously striving for improvement and conveying emotions in their work. The team generally seems very happy with the game's opening and the final product, hoping players will enjoy the experience. The magazine announces a collaboration with the radio program Lady Caravan, hosted by Tomohiro Nishimura and Minami Komori. The radio show visited the magazine's editorial department as part of their Caravan Want to Visit segment. The visit, a surprise to the magazine staff, involved interviews and jokes about the typically quiet office. Lady Caravan features free talk, discussions about computers and games, Q&A about Papa no Pa, and segments like Tobin Bararin no Bu, poetry introductions, and listener postcards. To celebrate the collaboration, Minami Komori is giving away 5 autographed CG photos to lucky readers. The article promotes listening to the Lady Caravan broadcast on April 28 on FM Saitama and Radio Osaka, encouraging readers to enjoy the show while reading the magazine. This article analyzes Taifufu Mistral, a fictional J-League club from the game J.League Pro Soccer Club Wotsukuru. The club, based in Nagasaki with a South American playing style, is just over 2 years old and managed by Naoki Watanabe, with Koichi Komiya as scout. They boast a strong attack led by foreign players, but suffer from a weak midfield and financial difficulties. The club diagnosis reveals that the team relies heavily on key foreign players, lacks squad depth, and needs defensive improvements. Recommendations include bolstering the defense, building a deeper roster, and strategically selling players to alleviate financial constraints, particularly early in their development. The article also suggests readers submit their club data for potential future analyses. This page from SEGA M3 Research Rush announces that the arcade game Decathlete is almost certainly coming to the SEGA Saturn. It highlights that Decathlete is a simple and enjoyable athletics game, focusing on the thrill of competition. The page shows off screenshots of the gameplay, emphasizing the timing-based button presses needed for world record attempts. It also introduces the 8 unique athletes you can choose from, representing different countries like Russia, France, Jamaica, Japan, Germany, China, America, and the UK. There's also an interview with Matayama Yoshihiro from AM3 Research, the producer of Decathlete. He talks about designing the game to be easily accessible for everyone, from casual players to experts. He mentions that while there are various events in the decathlon, the controls are kept simple, mainly focusing on timing. He also points out that character abilities aren't drastically different, so skill is key. The dynamic camera work is designed to make spectating the game enjoyable, especially for friends or couples playing together, which he recommends as a fun way to experience Decathlete. This page introduces Gunblade NY, a new arcade game from SEGA AM3 Research Rush, the same team behind Decathlete. The game is described as offering a unique floating sensation and exhilarating gameplay, typical of a helicopter-based shooter. It's mentioned to be coming soon to arcades in April. The page highlights the game modes, easy and hard, and explains the stage structure where players clear areas by defeating bosses. It also points out interactive elements, like ground-based objects such as taxis and drums, which can be used to damage enemies, encouraging players to utilize the environment strategically. The page details the stage progression for both easy and hard courses. The easy course is themed around a United Nations headquarters raid, with stages set in Times Square, a Midtown container pier, the UN.H.Q itself, and finally an attack on a cargo ship. The hard course, themed around the liberation of Manhattan, features stages across Brooklyn Bridge, Battery Park, Grand Army Plaza, and a Midtown stage at night. The hard course is said to be significantly more challenging, requiring careful planning and precision. The reviewer seems excited about the game's challenge and the overall fun experience it promises. This page continues the interview with Mr. Yamamoto from SEGA AM3 R&D department about the new arcade game, Gunblade NY. Yamamoto explains the initial plan was to go to New York for research, but they couldn't make it. However, they still gathered reference materials and photos to accurately depict locations like Times Square and other famous New York spots in the game. Yamamoto discusses how the team aimed to create a realistic helicopter shooting experience, differentiating it from games like Afterburner. They wanted to capture the feeling of flying a helicopter in the air and incorporate that into the gameplay. He mentions using AI for the enemies, making them think and react to the player's actions, dynamically choosing cover, and adapting to the situation. The interviewer and Yamamoto discuss the pattern-based nature of typical gun shooting games, and how Gunblade NY aims to break away from that with its AI-driven enemy behavior. Yamamoto emphasizes that the enemy AI will make decisions based on the situation, offering a more dynamic and less predictable experience for players. He also touches upon the game's viewpoint, and how it's designed to be intuitive and strategic. Yamamoto playfully mentions that while the game might seem challenging, especially on hard mode, it is designed so that players can ultimately clear it with just one coin, encouraging players to try and master the game. The interview concludes with thanks, and mentions the recording date as April 2nd at AM3 Research. This page introduces Last Bronx Tokyo Bangaichi, a new arcade game from SEGA AM3 R&D department, using the Model 2 board, slated for early summer 1996 release. This article delves into the current development status and focuses on the fourth character reveal, a female fighter named Saki. The game is described as being in the AM3 R&D lineup and generating significant buzz, with development progressing smoothly towards its summer release. While detailed information is still under wraps, it's mentioned that the basic game system and controls are similar to Virtua Fighter 2. A key feature highlighted is the addition of throws and stage-utilizing movements. The focus character, Saki, is the second female character revealed. She wields sei weapons, which are described as short-reach weapons but compensated for by agile footwork. Her fighting style is said to be quite speedy, emphasizing quick movements. The article includes a section explaining the sei weapon, noting it's a metal weapon with roots in China and India, originally used for defense and as a Buddhist tool. The text ends by saying, "Nice body and style," about Saki. The page includes several screenshots of in-game action, showcasing the characters and fighting. This page is all about new developments for Last Bronx. The game is now 60% complete, and they are showing off some new in-game screenshots highlighting the intense weapon-based combat and weapon clashes. The AM3 development team are really enthusiastic about how things are progressing, mentioning they are actually ahead of schedule and are excited for players to experience the game's action, particularly with weapons like rockets and sai. Elsewhere on the page, there's a report on Manx TT. It was showcased at a big motor show in Tokyo, and people were really enjoying playing it there. The big news for Manx TT, though, is the discovery of a hidden feature. Sheep! Apparently, if you enter a secret command, sheep will suddenly appear on the track during races, changing the gameplay. The command to make the sheep appear is being kept secret for now, and will be revealed in the next issue. Volume 5 of Dr. Watari's Cyber Troopers Virtualon lecture series is underway, with the now clean-shaven Drive Watari at the helm. The farmed painting corner is popular, and a new project is planned for Golden Week. The curriculum includes topics like Virtualon Basics, Virtuoid Secrets, Gameplay Insights, the game's world, Development Insights, and Reader Feedback. The Virtualon Reader's Voice section features player questions and comments. Dr. Watari addresses game balance, the Saturn version's battle screen, and other aspects. The page includes a detailed Virtuoid explanation for APH ARMD MBV09C, a high-mobility combat type based on Temjin. The description includes its specs like height, weight, generator output, and weapon systems, beams, bombs, tomahawks, highlighting APARM's turbo speed and beam tonfa usage. This page is another deep dive into Virtual On, with Dr. Watari and Sergeant Iskalasi continuing their lecture series. This time, the focus is squarely on a farmed, exploring its way of life, as they put it, which sounds pretty intense for a mech. They're breaking down a farmed gameplay, with Dr. Watari giving some serious advice. He emphasizes close quarters combat and side attacks, suggesting players use a lot of circling and try to cut in from the sides when enemies show openings. There's also a section called Virtual On 1-Point Advice, where they're giving specific gameplay tips. They talk about different shot types, like dash shots and jump shots, and how to use them effectively in close combat, even mentioning the spirit needed for Virtual On battles. They are even giving advice on how to use the turbo and avoid being predictable. It's all about mastering movement and shot timing in close-range fights. Finally, they're announcing a nationwide VR coloring contest for a farmed. It looks like they want players to get creative and color in the provided line art of a farmed. Participants should send in their colored artwork with their details for a chance to win prizes. It sounds like a fun way for fans to engage with the game and show off their artistic skills. This page from SEGA M2, Research Express Neo, Volume 21, dives straight into an emergency dialogue asking the big question, is Virtua Cop 2 coming to the Saturn? It's a conversation between Suya Takayuki, the chief programmer of the Saturn version of the original Virtua Cop, and Hiroshi Kataoka, the main designer of the arcade Virtua Cop 2. They're discussing the possibility of bringing the sequel to Saturn, noting that while it's considered difficult due to the advanced Model 2 arcade hardware of Virtua Cop 2, it's not being ruled out. Kataoka mentions it would be challenging, but Takayuki adds he's been working on porting the first Virtua Cop to Saturn and is looking at Virtua Cop 2 as a benchmark, seeing potential there. The page also features screenshots of arcade Virtua Cop 2 gameplay, showcasing the almost perfect port visuals and fast 60 FPS action they are aiming for. There's a CG image at the bottom highlighting the Virtua Cop 2 world, noting it's based on demo footage, focusing on cinematic camera angles and scene setups. The overall tone is that, while a Saturn port of Virtua Cop 2 is a significant undertaking, the demand is there, and they are exploring the possibilities. This page continues the emergency dialogue about Virtua Cop 2 on Saturn. The developers discuss the challenges of porting the game from the powerful Model 2 arcade hardware, with one highlighting the difficulty of fitting it within the Saturn's RAM and the potential need to double the price if they achieve a near-perfect port with enhanced visuals. However, they acknowledge the strong demand for Virtua Cop 2 on Saturn. In the Virtua Cop Check section, Saturn launch timing reveals that the Saturn version of Virtua Cop is being prepared for release around April, coinciding with the Tokyo Toy Show, suggesting a promotional push around that time. New character Janet highlights the addition of a new playable character in the Saturn version, Janet Marshall, implying enhanced game content beyond just a straight port. The bottom, Cool and Hot section features a 3D rendered image of Jackie from Virtua Fighter, described as a CG portrait created to resemble Arnold Schwarzenegger, and notes his cool demeanor. Below this is a Virtua Cop 2 screenshot emphasizing the cinematic presentation with dynamic camera angles and scene setups. The page ends with a "To be continued" message, hinting at more Virtua Cop 2 news to come. The SEGA Saturn Magazine preview focuses on Sonic the Fighters, an arcade fighting game developed by AM2, expected in arcades in May. The game utilizes Model 2 hardware. The developers aimed for accessible gameplay with easy-to-learn mechanics and character-specific nuances. Location tests were completed, and a release in major Sega arcades was anticipated around Golden Week. The article highlights 4 playable characters: Sonic, Knuckles, Tails, and Amy Rose. Each character profile includes key moves with button inputs and screenshots. Sonic is a fast, versatile character using spin and aerial attacks. Knuckles is a close-range power fighter. Tails is a tricky character utilizing his tails for aerial attacks. Amy Rose, surprisingly, uses her hammer for powerful, unique moves. The control scheme uses punch, kick, barrier, and guard buttons, with commands based on character direction. This page previews more of Sonic the Fighters, focusing on gameplay mechanics and additional characters. It details general mechanics, such as barrier usage for defense, avoidance attacks, dodges, and universal wall climbing. The page then introduces 4 characters: Fang the Sniper, Espio the Chameleon, Bean the Dynamite, and Bark the Polar Bear. Each character's special moves are listed with button commands and screenshots. Fang's speed and cunning are emphasized with moves like Rabbit Snipe. Espio uses his chameleon abilities for ranged combat. Bean's explosive attacks showcase chaotic gameplay, while Bark's moveset highlights brute strength. Developer comments accompany each character's moves, providing insights into their design and playstyles. The page expands on character reveals, offering a deeper dive into gameplay and the diverse fighting styles within Sonic the Fighters.
This page showcases an interview with Hiro, a sound creator from Sega AM2, highlighting his contributions to Sega's golden age of sound. The interview emphasizes his background as a programmer before moving to sound, his band influences, and his hands-on approach to composing game music using driver programs. Hidepro discusses how he aimed for band-like BGM, drawing inspiration from FM radio and rock music, and how he practiced guitar daily to improve his skills. He mentions receiving feedback from his boss, Mr. Suzuki, on his music, especially for the Afterburner soundtrack. The page includes screenshots of several games he worked on, illustrating his diverse soundscapes across titles like Hang On with its PCM sound source, Space Harrier with its mechanical yet emotional melodies, Enduro Racer aiming for Latin percussion, Fantasy Zone embracing a samba rhythm, Outrun focusing on driving music, Afterburner emphasizing guitar sounds, and Power Drift with its distinctive distortion guitar and BGM. Hiro reveals that for Outrun, he created Passing Breeze and Splash Wave based on requests, while the third song was left to his discretion, and for Afterburner he aimed for a powerful, rhythmic sound. The article also features images of game music creds, showing the recognition of Sega's soundtracks.
Hiro from Sega AM2 discusses his approach to arranging game music, emphasizing enhancing melodies and exploring new genres. He prioritizes player feedback and aims to create arrangements that resonate with fans. He also reflects on SST Band, initially a studio band of Sega sound creators, formed to perform his music live. Performing live offers a different level of expression than game soundtracks. Other Sega sound team members, Junji Onma, Takenobu Mitsuyoshi, and Koji Umeda, praise Hiro's talent for catchy melodies, memorable keyboard phrases, and his positive influence on Sega's sound image, especially through Steps Band's live performances that connected with fans. The next page is all about Virtua Fighter Kids. It's shouting about explosion of laughter duels and how the characters' faces change when they get hit, especially when performing special moves. They're calling this deformed style of characters duel, or Kids Duel, and it seems to be a big part of the fun. The page highlights how Akira and Kagemaru's faces get comically squashed when they take damage. It mentions that this kids version of the characters is called Ichiro by the developers. They are also talking about the Saturn version, mentioning it will have new features like a new skill mode and a gorgeous full character movie demo. There is a screenshot of Pei-chan with this movie demo feature. In the AM2 research notes section, they're discussing game balance for the Saturn version, adjusting damage values, and tweaking character performance based on arcade feedback to refine the gameplay for home consoles. They even show a screenshot of the name entry screen.
It sounds like AM2 is really focused on making the Saturn version a great experience.
The AM2 Research Information Bureau announces Virtua Surf is coming soon and embodies Sega AM arcade spirit. They hint at potential Saturn karaoke integration in the future. A Virtua Fighter 3 Akira reveal confirms its development on Model 3 hardware, distinct from Virtua Fighter Kids, with voice acting still in progress. The team welcomes opinions on the game. Sonic the Fighters, a provisional title, is teased, with the possibility of using the anime Sonic's voice actor. The Versus Sonic game is described as exciting. This month's cover features Double Honey Satamaga Descends,
showcasing Fighting Viper's Honey, with a focus on her design origins as Mew. The Bureau also features a fan art gallery and a contest to win a special Virtua Fighter t-shirt. Readers are encouraged to send postcards with questions and opinions to win. This page of SEGA Saturn Magazine presents the SEGA Saturn Soft Review section, featuring opinions from 3 distinct reviewer groups: the Lady Users Group, Game Mania Group, and Guest Game Writers. 2 games are reviewed here: Idol Janshi Tsuchipai 2 and Genwar. Idol Janshi Tsuchipai 2 is touted as a cheating Ikasama mahjong game, meaning the fun comes from bending the rules.
It received an overall score of 8.33. Reviewers highlighted the engaging partner characters and quality voice acting. It was mentioned that seeing the endings requires some dexterity. Genwar is presented as a shooting action game centered around battling colossal enemies. It scored 6.33. The opening movie was a standout, likened to classic sci-fi films, and considered a must-see. While the game's environments were described as geographically simple, the controls are visually clear and understandable. Reviewers felt it was accessible for newcomers and includes RPG elements. The Lady Users Group seemed to enjoy Idol Janshi Tsuchipai 2 for its storyline and characters. The Game Mania Group emphasized the game's substantial content and praised the voice acting as excellent, recommending it as a worthwhile experience. The guest game writers noted Idol Janshi Tsuchipai 2's abundance of content and replay value, pointing out its status as a sequel to a strip mahjong game with both arcade and Tsuchi Kyarahan mode options. Regarding Genwar, they felt the difficulty was manageable, and it had a budget game feel but still had appeal for players within Japan. This page of SEGA Saturn magazine continues the SEGA Saturn Soft Review section, featuring opinions from the Lady Users Group, the Game Mania Group, and guest writers. First up, the Lady Users reviewed Johnny Bazooka, Blast Highway. They found the concept of using musical instruments as weapons to be unique and fun. They enjoyed the challenging but satisfying athletic stages and the overall destruction, emphasizing how good it felt to smash things. The musical theme and background music were appreciated, although they felt the screen transitions could be faster. This game received a score of 4 out of 10 from the Lady Users. Next, the Game Mania Group looked at Hydro Rollers. They described it as a recently ported, wacky, Western-style side-scrolling action game with comical animations. Initially thinking it would be easy, they were surprised by the high difficulty. They pointed out confusing level design, cheap enemy placements, and unforgiving mechanics, ultimately finding it frustrating and stressful to play. Hydro Rollers scored a 6 from this group. Finally, the guest writers reviewed what appears to be Bug 2. They noted the recent trend of rendered character action games from overseas. While impressed by the demo, they found the actual gameplay quite difficult, citing confusing level design filled with traps leading to instant deaths. The complex backgrounds added to the challenge. They questioned whether casual players could enjoy the difficulty, even though the weapon-based floating action had potential. Bug 2 received a score of 5. This SEGA Saturn magazine page reviews several games. Johnny Bazooka, Blast Highway receives a 5/10 for its comical presentation. Hydro Rollers, with a bubble feel, gets a 6/10 despite lacking freshness. Bug 2 earns a 6/10 for its enjoyable, if slightly difficult, side-scrolling action. FIDA Remake. Emblem of Justice is awarded a 5/10 due to monotonous battles and a lack of excitement. An unnamed RPG receives a 7/10 for its solid game system. Another game, featuring a slow battle screen, earns a 5/10 despite good visuals. Finally, Pachinko/slot machine simulators are praised. Jissen Pachi Slot Hishu How 3 and a similar title both receive 7/10, appreciating machine variety and gameplay features. Another slot game also earns a 7/10 for its detailed simulation. This page continues the game reviews with different perspectives on a sword and sorcery style RPG. For female users, it's considered enjoyable for those who appreciate puzzle RPGs, character development, and a nostalgic feel reminiscent of older titles, scoring a 6 out of 10. High Rollers found the 3D polygon graphics visually appealing, but felt the scenario content was lacking, calling it an orthodox RPG experience, giving it a 5 out of 10. Guest Strikers thought it was a standard RPG structure, but praised its balance and freshness compared to other recent RPGs, awarding it a 7 out of 10. Next up is Sega Age's release of Itamitsu Taunter and Puzzle Bobble 2X. This compilation is praised for its concept of offering affordable and easily playable titles, great for mini-games and quizzes, receiving a score of 8 out of 10. The compilation department reviews section mentions both Sword and Sorcery and Puzzle Bobble 2 as recommended titles. It also generally notes a trend of less powerful software being released recently. Finally, there are brief introductions to Gameware Volume 1 and Cubic Gallery, both scoring 100% completion in the review process. Gameware Volume 1 appears to be a compilation disc, while Cubic Gallery looks to be related to puzzles or drawing. This page unveils secret techniques for several games. In Mahjong Dukyusei Special, inputting right, 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 left, 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 B, 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 A at the title screen unlocks free battle mode, letting you play Mahjong against in-game girls. For Gusun Oyoyo S, a stage select cheat is available via the options screen. Simultaneously press B, L, R, and Z with start, then L and start from the title screen to unlock stage selection and Ogiomo mode. Additionally, X, Y, Z, L, or R clears the current stage. Another Gusun Oyoyo S secret, transformation mode, is activated by pressing A and B at the title screen when starting the game. Finally, Angelique Special offers Sarah's compatibility fortune-telling. Visiting Sarah's mansion on Saturdays lets you receive a compatibility reading based on your constellation and blood type, focusing on real people and guardian saints, without requiring hearts. This page details several hidden features and cheat codes for various games. In Angelique Special, visiting the forest lake on a non-date day reveals hidden graphics. Gradius Deluxe Pack unlocks a no-wait mode after completion, removing slowdown. The tower has a money cheat. Enter RZYXZYX at the start of a new game to get 400 million. Radius Deluxe Pack also features the Konami code up, up, down, down, left, right, BA for a power-up, usable once per stage, but accumulating uses based on bosses defeated. In Idol Janshi Final Romance R, pressing Z hides the dress-up menu, allowing for zooming, A, changing clothes, LR, and selecting outfits, X. Finally, readers are encouraged to submit cheat codes for prizes on Sega Saturn, Super 32X, Mega Drive, Mega CD, and Game Gear games. This page shines the spotlight on Motoaki Takeuchi, the composer for the Sega Saturn game, Gungraphon. He describes Gungraphon as a 3D shooting game, but with a different feel from the MD Shining series, emphasizing its unique atmosphere. Takeuchi talks about the soundtrack CD, mentioning that it includes original and arranged music. He also reveals using live instruments like violins and pianos in the music creation. Interestingly, he mentions using a transceiver for the game's opening sequence dialogue, highlighting his focus on sound design and making music a core element of the game. The page also details the Gungraphon original soundtrack release, mentioning it's available for 2,800 yen and includes original and rigor mortis arranged versions of the music. The game itself is described as a 3D shooting experience for one player, and it's noted that those who bought the game's CM also got a bonus. It's mentioned that Gungraphon has roots in the MD era with a game called Luna, and that both it and Gungraphon are Game Arts titles. Takeuchi seems very passionate about his work and particularly fond of the Gungraphon series, even joking about wanting to make sequels. This page is all about reader giveaways. SEGA Saturn Magazine is giving away a bunch of cool prizes. First up, 20 lucky readers can win their choice of any SEGA Saturn game released up to April 26, 1996. They're also giving away posters, with 3 winners each for posters of Vampire Hunter, which we know internationally as Darkstalkers, The Night Warriors, and Mortal Kombat 2 Complete Version. Another 10 readers can snag a Gungraphon poster. For keychains, there are 7 Daibuken keychains up for grabs, which translates to Great Adventure, and 3 Darun Dero Dero keychains. Below the giveaway info, there's a list of winners from the previous 8th of March issue's giveaways. It's a pretty long list of names and addresses of people who won in the last draw. At the bottom, there's an information box announcing the next issue of Sega Saturn Magazine, which will be out on June 14th, but on sale from May 24th. They're promising hot scoops on Golden Week happenings and big events like E3 in America and the Tokyo Toy Show. They're really hyping up the next issue. This page dives into a mysterious event in Asakusa Komachi, titled The Mystery of the Disappearance. It seems to be reporting on the strange case of a 17-year-old girl named Okomachi who has gone missing. The article details the police investigation, mentioning witness accounts, and hints at a potential crime. Interestingly, there's mention of a large centipede being discovered, which seems to be a key part of the mystery. Below this news story, there's a job advertisement screaming, Programmer, Brig Designer, Major Recruitment! They're looking for programmers and CG designers for video game development, specifying they're for both home and business use, video games, and graphics creation. It's aimed at experienced professionals with higher education, detailing flexible working hours, holidays, and benefits. Next to the job ad, there's a rather disturbing illustration labeled as a centipede thought image that devoured Suekichi-kun, linking back to the mystery article at the top and suggesting a grim fate for someone named Suekichi. This centipede imagery seems to be the central, and quite bizarre, clue or element in the Asakusa Komachi disappearance case. This page continues the unfolding mystery in Asakusa Komachi, diving deeper into the strange incidents. It's still focused on the disappearance case and the unsettling presence of centipedes. The article mentions that the investigation has been ongoing for 2 months, and there are conflicting witness statements, making it difficult to pinpoint exactly what's happening. They found a body, seemingly confirmed to be the missing girl, but the circumstances are very bizarre. The article highlights the gruesome nature of the crime, mentioning the body was found almost drained of blood and with strange wounds, suggesting the involvement of some kind of large insect, or centipede as they suspect. Then there's a segment promoting a recruitment drive for something called Oni Warabe, or Demon Child. It seems like they are looking for members for the Demon Child Party, and it's presented with a rather dramatic illustration of a stern-looking figure and a crying child. The recruitment ad promises a bright future and encourages people to join, saying it's easy to do, offering benefits like free meals, full weekends off, and a healthy lifestyle. It has a slightly unsettling vibe, connecting back to the dark themes of the main news story, perhaps suggesting some kind of cult or group related to the mysterious events. This page shines a spotlight on Thor, A New Horizon, an action RPG for the SEGA Saturn that seems set to redefine the genre. The game is touted as a new RPG experience, emphasizing seamless action and strategic depth within its gameplay. They are especially highlighting the multi-layered map designs and fully 3D battles, which must have been quite a feat on the Saturn. Looking at the artwork, you can see a variety of characters and some seriously imposing monsters, like that giant red ogre and the creature with a massive mouth. The screenshots give a taste of the isometric perspective, a classic RPG style, but with what appear to be modern action elements mixed in. Adding to the immersion, they mention a full orchestral soundtrack, which is always a welcome addition. The game was released at a price point of 5,800 yen and is presented as a key title for RPG fans on the SEGA Saturn.